I would like to just kind of jump right into it though, because I will sit here and talk about nothing forever and ever if I don't. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start off with some background information about Panem and the districts and how all that means and how we got to where we are when the first book begins. And then we're going to jump to the first book. And that's what we're going to cover in this video. And then Catching Fire is going to get its own. Mockingjay is going to get its own. And then once I'm actually able to go see Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, that will get a video as well, but it will be the last one because I, much like with Taylor Swift re-recordings and Marvel movies, fully believe that you should do things in release order because the things that you discover from a prequel are what make prequels fun. You shouldn't start with them. Don't start with the prequel. Do not do it. All right, so here's what you need to know about like the government and everything that we start off in for the 74th annual Hunger Games in the first Hunger Games book. So this takes place in a nation called Panem. Panem is basically North America after like a bunch of climate disasters and nuclear war and a bunch of other things that are actually really possible. This right here is a flag of Panem. This is their flag at the start of the trilogy. And this, I'm going to throw it up bigger on the screen as well, is a map of how the districts are broken down. So basically, in this point of where we are for climate disasters, like most of the eastern seaboard has sunk into the ocean. It's gone. Same with the west coast. We do incorporate a little bit of Mexico, and a good amount of Canada is also considered in this. So if I was going to use 3 adjectives to describe Panem's government, it would be totalitarian, dictatorship, police state, like a fun little remix of Gaslight, Gatekeep, Girl Boss. As far as the police state goes for those 3 adjectives, that's because there are these people that are called peacekeepers that exist in each district, and essentially what they're doing is being state police and simply monitoring everything they do. They have the ability to dole out punishment. They report back to the capital of anyone who is breaking any rules, and they are a constant presence in each district. So the force used to be housed in District 13, but then after it was destroyed, it got moved to District 2. And District 8 is where all of the uniforms for the peacekeepers are manufactured. I mean, of course, they're going to like market this as keeping people safe or whatever, but it's about control. So you have the capital, which exists as kind of like the ruling part over the 12 districts outside of the capital. The capital is on a higher level than the districts, and they basically just exist to export goods to the capital for them to enjoy without ever being able to reap any of the benefits of what they're producing. And because of that, in the districts, most people are living in poverty except for the ones that are very close to the capital and are providing luxury goods to them. The capital and Panem as a whole existed like this for a while. I couldn't find a specific time frame of how much time exactly passed, but at some point there was a huge uprising in the districts, and they decided that they were going to take down the capital to reestablish democratic rule. So this was called the First Rebellion. At this point in time, there were 13 districts that were working. Districts 1 through 13. They have different imports that they work with. I'm going to talk about those in a minute, but all you need to know basically at this point is that there was a huge uprising, huge rebellion. All of these districts worked together to try to take down the capital, and they did lose. And then District 13 was destroyed. As far as we know, okay, so the first rebellion and all the conflict lasted for about 3 years, and then after 13 was destroyed, that brought in what the capital very dramatically dubbed Dark Days. So, during this time period is kind of like what you could consider kind of like Reconstruction after the Civil War, where there's a lot of financial ruin, a lot of poverty going around every single part and trying to come back from that. Obviously, very different causes, very different after effects, but as far as just like overall economically, that's what I would compare it to. According to the Capitol, for every Capitol citizen that died, 2 rebels died, which to me is simply It's propaganda. It's just it's fake. I don't believe that. They are liars. So during the dark days, they established the Treaty of Treason, which was basically something that all the districts had to sign that set up a bunch of very limiting rules, basically as punishment for everything that had happened during the rebellion. And the biggest thing that happened from this treaty was the invention of the Hunger Games. Now, after this point in time, almost all of the contact between the districts is completely dissolved. They don't want them to be able to communicate because then they can organize and rebel again. At the time that our story starts, the leader of the country is President Snow. There have been other presidents before. We don't really have a long lineage of who it is precisely, and we don't know exactly how many years he's been in power, but we know that it has been at least 25 because he was the president during the 50th Hunger Games, and we are now at the 74th. So the name for Panem itself derives from a Latin phrase. I'm going to fucking butcher this. I'm going to absolutely butcher this, and you can make fun of me if you want, but I might cry about it. That's all I have to say. Panem et circenses. Basically, it's bread and circuses, and essentially what that refers to is like using cheap entertainment to distract people from the fact that they're hungry. So basically, Suzanne Collins is a genius, and she should have every award on the planet because that's really good. And that's like, she's just like so good at her job. Oh my God, she's so good at her job. I want to take just a second to go over like each one and what their main like export is, just because when we get into like the actual games, what the districts make actually kind of uniquely goes into like what their strengths and weaknesses end up being. So you have like people that can swim, and then a lot of people that can swim. You have people that can use certain weapons because they've been using them all their lives, and you have some people that are pretty useless with like different weapons because they've never really had an opportunity to use anything like that. So there, it's like kind of like, it's very, I don't know, each district is very unique because they aren't allowed to do anything that is not the thing that they do, because there is no communication between the districts on purpose so that they can't rebel again. So District 1 is going to be close to the capital. They produce all the luxury goods. That is going to be like, you know, anything that makes the capital, that sets it apart from the districts. A lot of that stuff is going to be made in District 1. And then for District 2, that's going to be masonry. So that's going to include like some weaponry and also like kind of support for transportation services. Like I said, this is where most of the peacekeepers are coming from, and it also houses the main military base for all of Panem called the Nut, which will become more important later on, and I will talk about it in more detail then, but it is where it is, and it's there for the entirety of the story. Because the Nut is in this district, they do get a lot of extras from the capital. District 3 is going to be technology. It's not directly beside the capital, so it isn't considered on the same level as 1, 2, and 4, but it is still a pretty important district because it's making a huge main export item. And then District 4 is going to be fishing. Then 5 is going to be all the power production. So you're going to have a lot of like the power plants and everything, and it is going to supply directly to the capital everything that they need to run, and they need a lot to run because they are very materialistic and they have a lot of fun little things that they like to do. District 6 is going to be transportation. And then 7 is lumber. 8 is textiles. Again, this is where they make all of the peacekeeper uniforms as well. In 9, you're going to have grain. 10 is going to be livestock. It's a lot of Texas and northern Mexico for livestock. And then 11 is agriculture. And then 12 is mining. And when 13 existed, it produced graphite. That we know of. As the story begins, District 13's main export was graphite. So that's just each of the districts. As far as like our main characters go, big contenders, obviously District 12 is where the protagonist is from, but then we also have a lot that goes on with like 11 and 4 and 1 and 2. So specifically Districts 1, 2, and 4 are what are considered career districts. So these kids in these districts, it is considered an honor to be chosen for the Hunger Games, and they will train, even though technically they're not allowed to do that. they will train for the games and they will volunteer constantly so that they can have a chance to bring like glory and honor to their district. They're fucking crazy. The people in this district, they're fucking crazy. They are literally insane. I don't understand how they have bought in so heavy to the shit that the Capitol is selling, but they have, and it's probably because they're directly connected to it and they're getting a lot of perks from it, and so they feel like they're getting a better deal. And they also are getting more food and stuff, so they have the ability to be stronger and to train for the Hunger Games. Okay, I've been saying Hunger Games a lot, so you might be wondering, what's that? You probably actually aren't wondering that, because I feel like a lot of people that see this probably are just like me, and will consume like any content humanly possible about a thing that they like, even if they already feel like they know way too much about it already. Hi, it's nice to meet you. We're the same. Basically, essentially, each year there are 24 children that go into a fight to the death with only one winner. There's 24 children, 2 from each district, 1 boy and 1 girl. All of these are children between the ages of 12 and 18. They're chosen during a reaping ceremony, which is essentially everyone's name in a big bowl, and it is chosen at random. A caveat thing that exists for the games that isn't super explained well in the movie, but they go into it more in the book, is that if you want to get more supplies for your family so that they have the ability to eat and not die, you can decide to put your name into the bowl more times in order to get, it's literally just grain and oil. Like, it's not like yummy, like life-sustaining food. It's like just enough to not die. But you get your name entered in an extra time every time you take it every year. That's called tessery. I don't know if did I say that? It's called tessery. So as I said, you are allowed to volunteer to take someone's place. You don't see this happen a lot, except for in the career districts where like they're doing that because they want to prove that they're strong people. But in all the other districts, it's incredibly like scary to go in. So you really rarely see anyone volunteer. And each year the arena changes and the overall theming change, and it's decided by the head game maker, who is basically going to be the person that orchestrates everything. Any kind of surprise that happens, any kind of twist, that is all like at the behest. Does that mean what I think? Yes, behest. That is actually the perfect word. Wow. Go me. That was a good word. Hell yeah. Okay. Every district also has a mentor, which is a winner from a previous games. So some districts obviously have a lot more winners than others. So you kind of have like your pick of the litter in some, and then other ones you're stuck with what you get, which is what we see in District 12, where the main characters of our story are from. So the mentors do have a pretty important job, though. So, of course, they're helping with, like, the training and strategizing of how to do well before they get into the arena. That way people do like them and want to help them out. But once they get into the arena, the mentors are responsible for talking to the Capitol citizens in order to convince them to send them gifts into the arena to help them. So people in the Capitol are allowed to bet, they are allowed to send presents, they're allowed to be involved in the games because it keeps them very enticed and it keeps them entertained. It basically gets treated like a big sports tournament situation, like it's like March Madness, but children, and they die. That's the best way I can think of to describe it. I don't know. So obviously, since it's a fight to the death, each year there can only be one winner. But after this person wins the Hunger Games, they're kind of considered set for life. They get to reside in the victor's village in their district, and they kind of never have to want for anything again. So that's kind of just like overall a basic premise of how the Hunger Games works. And that's a lot of rules thrown at you all at once. And I understand that. It will make more sense once you have like faces to put with like things that happen, and you'll get there. But I did want to go ahead and say it that way when I start throwing names around, it's not completely foreign information to you. So that is kind of a very quick very sped through rundown of everything that is kind of like established information. We kind of find that out in pieces throughout the book, but it's easier just to say it all up front, especially when we're doing it more as a recap. So I'm going to change this board over, and then we will go ahead and start talking about the book, The Hunger Games, and where our story starts and where it ends up. Okay. Hi again. Here we are. We are all set up for our main and supporting and little bitty part characters that exist in this movie. I'm going to talk about them briefly and just give you names, and then once we go into their context, I think they're going to make a lot more sense to you. But right here, we have Katniss Everdeen. She is our protagonist. She is the main character. She is that girly. And then we have Peeta. He is a boy in District 12. All of this is happening in District 12, by the way, of course. He's a boy in District 12. Gale, I don't really even want to tell you anything about him because I hate him. Well, he's also a boy in District 12, I guess. Unfortunately, he's here in the fucking story. Fuck him. War criminal. And all around a bad dude. Haymitch is going to be the mentor for District 12. He is the only alive victor in District 12. Beside Haymitch, we have Effie Trinket. She is going to be kind of like the person from the Capitol that comes to District 12, and whoever ends up being the two people that are picked, she's in charge of them. She's taking them around. She's showing them how it goes. And then I'm really not sure why they gave Cinna his own character poster. However, they did, so I put him in the top row. But in all honesty, he is important to Katniss, but I do not know if I would put him up there with the rest of these characters. But he is Katniss's stylist while she is like a part of everything that's going on, and he's dressing her up. He's a big confidant for her. I honestly love their dynamic. It's one of my favorite things about the books. So like I get him being up there, but also I think it might just be because he's Lenny Kravitz. I think that might have something to do with it. Okay, and then our second row of characters. This is Primrose Everdeen. This is Katniss's little sister. She's 12 years old at the time that the story starts. This is her first entry into the games. And this is their mother. She does not have a name. I have her in my thing as Mother Everdeen. This little guy over here in the corner is their father. He is dead. He has been dead for years and years and years. He died in a mining accident, and Katniss has been having to take care of her mother and Prim for that entire time. As far as these three goons over here, you can probably tell that they are not district people and they are capital people. So you have, I almost just called him Stanley Tucci, which is his name, but what the fuck is his character's name? I should know this. Caesar Flickerman. Oh my God. I really almost just called him Stanley Tucci, unironically. Caesar Flickerman is kind of like the person who does all the interviews with all of the tributes, and he is like a media guy for the games, essentially. And then that is going to be Claudius Templesmith. He is in a similar role as Caesar, but he's kind of more just like the announcer for the games and less of like a personality for it. And then that guy with the crazy fucking beard over there, that is going to be Seneca Crane. He is the head game maker for the games for this year, and he is the one making all the decisions about what exactly will be going down and where. Down here on this bottom row, these other little bitty pictures are kind of just characters that they interact with and do like matter, but not super a lot, to be honest. So this is Portia. She is the other stylist for the other tribute from the games. You know who it is, but I'm not saying it because we all know that it's Katniss, but we all know who the other one is too, but maybe you don't, and if you don't, then I hope the suspense is fucking killing you. Oh my God, I hope you were just like on the edge of your seat to find out who the male tribute from District 12 is. Then these three little guys over here, this is Ooh, which one's which? Ooh, I forgot. Ooh. So their names are Venia. I got it. I remembered. This is Venia. This is Flavius. And this is Octavia. They are Katniss's prep team. So they work directly under Cinna to do like all the little like nitpicky beauty stuff to Katniss before the games. Here is my first thing that I'm going to tell you as a major difference between the book and the movie. There is a mayor, that character that exists in the book. His name is Mayor Undersea, and he has a daughter named Madge. So the thing that people is probably like the biggest gripe that people have with the adaptation is that these characters do not exist, mainly because Madge is friends with Katniss and does something slightly important that they changed to be something else. I kind of like that they got rid of the mayor. This is my hot take. This is my first hot take. I like that there's not a mayor character in the movie. In the book, it kind of has the mayor standing on stage doing like all of that exposition-y stuff that I just did for you earlier. But in the movie, it's like a propaganda film. The fact that Madge isn't there might make everything else that might be better not worth it to you, and that's valid. But I don't mind it, and I really don't even mind that Madge isn't there. I know, I said it. I said that. I just said that out loud. So, that's who these people are. That's the book cover. You fucking knew that. Those are who those people are. So let's get into the actual plot of the story. What you're here for. This is the point. So in the movie, it opens with Seneca Crane having a conversation with Caesar Flickerman about the games and why they exist. It's like his first interview with it, and he's talking about everything, and he's like going on like waxing poetic about why the games are important. Waxing poetic? That was good. That was good. Holy shit. Anyway, so he's going on and about the games, and then it's a hard cut to Prim screaming in bed, waking up from a nightmare. It is so effective, and it works so fucking well. She's screaming and she's crying, and Katniss is like going up to her and she's trying to calm her down and put her back to sleep. And the thing that she says to her is, "Oh, Prim, it's your first year. Your name's only in there once. There's no way you're gonna get picked." We'll see. But then everything kind of comes back together, so book and movie kind of follow along the same thing for a little bit. Katniss and Gale. Oh God, they fucking hate him. He just sucks so bad. He just sucks so bad. So Gale and Katniss are like best friends, but he is just like, God, he has male manipulator written all over him. I hate him. I hate him so much. They're in the woods. I don't remember the exact dialogue, but I guarantee you Gale's being condescending. It's the morning of the reaping, and they're like discussing a lot of different things about the Capitol, which is kind of why I gave you all that exposition up front. A lot of the things that get discussed like by characters is the stuff that I already told you. So if I say they're discussing something that you already know, I'm not going to leave out anything important. They're also talking about exactly how many times their names are in today, which is that tesserae thing that I was telling you about earlier. So Katniss's name is in there 20 times, and Gale's is in there 42 because he has multiple siblings and his mother, and Katniss just has the two of them to take care of. So he's in there a lot more times. So they're hunting in the woods. That's one of Katniss's like main things, is that she is a hunter and she is good at it. She had to learn to hunt in order to take care of her family, because when her dad died, her mother went into a like very, very severe depressive episode that she really hasn't ever fully come out of at the time that the story starts, and she was not providing at all, and her family were completely starving, and Katniss had to learn how to hunt to take care of them. So her and Gale, this fucking guy, he has a tragic backstory. because his dad also died in the same mine accident as Katniss's. But Katniss also has a tragic backstory, and she manages to not be a fucking dick. So I think that maybe he could manage. I don't know. So anyway, after Katniss and Gale are done hunting, they take everything that they have like caught to the Hob in the district, and the Hob is essentially like a little black market that everyone in the district has set up in order to sell and trade goods back and forth to each other. Technically this is not allowed, they should not be doing this, but District 12 has like very laid back peacekeepers at the moment who also kind of like engage in the trading as well. So we are at the big difference that everyone doesn't like. In the movie, while Katniss is in the Hob, she goes up to the table of a random lady, which I have chosen to believe is Greasy Say, which is kind of just like a lady in the Hob who does a bunch of different stuff, and I forgot to print out her picture. I'm so sorry, Greasy Say. Please accept my apology. But she kind of has like this table of different like trinkets and knickknacks and stuff. And Katniss sees this pin of this bird over there in the corner. Do you see him? There he is. He's over there. That's him over there in the corner, that little golden bird. I don't know why I did that. So Katniss is like, how much does it cost? And Greasy Say is like, just take it. So Katniss takes the pin with her. That is how we get to the iconic symbol of the Mockingjay pin in the movie. In the book, however, you remember how I told you there was a mayor character and his daughter Madge? Okay. Madge is important. This is what people are mad about. So Katniss and Gale go to the mayor's house to sell him strawberries and to talk to Madge. Gale, while there, is an absolute asshole to Madge, and what else is new? Basically what happens when that's going on, it's okay. Here's what it is. His whole thing is that Madge is like, oh, I'm a little scared because my name is in there and I don't want to have to go in the Hunger Games, because like the mayor's kids are not exempt. They still are a part of the reaping as well. And then Gale is like, you're not allowed to be scared about getting picked. You've never had to get Tesserae in your life. Your name's only there like 3 or 4 times, like whatever, and like is really rude to her. And Katniss is like, what the fuck? But see, the thing about that is that that's ironic, because he says all of that shit, and then someone whose name is only in there one time and is not going to get picked gets picked. Y'all know that. I know y'all know the story. Some of you don't know the story. I know at least one person that's watching this that doesn't know the story. Hi, I'm acting really unhinged right now, and I might want you to turn this off, but don't. But maybe do. So that's kind of like how it happens, and then that's when we meet Madge. So she doesn't get the pin from Madge at that time, but she does get the pin from Madge a little later on before the games actually start, and that's why people are upset that Madge is not in the movie. But it's not. It does not change. It does not change. It does not change enough for everyone to be as mad about it as they are. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Feel free to yell at me about it. So after both of these different events happen, Katniss goes home and she starts getting ready for the reaping ceremony, which is where they're going to pick the boy and girl district. The boy and girl tribute. I'm telling you this because it is absolutely devastating when it gets repeated again, and I need you to feel it and know that it happens. So the clothes are too big on Prim, and it's kind of like sticking out the back, and Katniss is like, tuck your tail in, little duck, and it's very sweet and it's very sisterly, and their relationship is very important. Their sister relationship is important. Most of the things that Katniss does for the past few years before the book even starts, and of course everything she does in the book, is for Prim and Prim only. Prim is her huge priority. That's her sister. I'm giving Gale a side eye for events that will happen later on. In the movie, this is when Katniss gives Prim the Mockingjay pin, and she says, like, nothing can hurt you when you have this. That's when that happens in the actual movie. So they're getting ready and everything, and then after they get ready, They're going to the reaping. So we are now at the reaping ceremony. Basically what's happening is all of the kids are lined up, separated between boys and girls, and on stage waiting you have Effie Trinket. She is in charge of like doing the reaping ceremony and then taking the 2 tributes that are chosen into the Capitol and making sure that they get where they need to go, and she's basically like in charge of them and kind of a babysitter, but I don't think she would like that if I called her a babysitter, so it's fine. So the female tribute is going to be called first, and Effie picks the name out of the little fishbowl, and it is Primrose Everdeen. She is 12. Her name is only in there once. She has still been picked. She is the tribute for the Hunger Games. This is terrifying, obviously, and especially to Katniss. Now, the reason I told you about tuck in your tail, little duck, earlier is because Prim gets like visually terrified instantly and starts walking towards the front, and they do this thing where you watch her like tuck the tail of the shirt back into her skirt as she's like walking forward to her death essentially. And I just like, honestly, how dare they? How fucking dare they do that? I know why they dare, because it was really good and emotional and it did exactly what it was trying to do, but also like I'm pissed about it. So Katniss is like freaking out and she's trying to figure out what to do. She doesn't know what to do. So, oh my god, what's going on? My sister's gonna go in the Hunger Games. Oh my god, what the fuck? I volunteer as tribute. That never happens, but it does this time. Katniss has volunteered to take Prim's place in the Hunger Games, so she goes up on the stage, and she is now the female tribute for District 12 in the Hunger Games. Lots of drama. Once she gets up on the stage, all of the people in the crowd give her this like this thing, the thing that you've seen a million times, the 3-finger thing. It's kind of like a sign of respect in the district. It will be co-opted by the revolution as time goes on, but that's okay. Prim is like screaming and crying as Katniss is doing this, and Gale has to like physically pick her up and take her away, which is like one of the only good things Gale will do throughout the run of this entire book. If I have an opportunity to say something nasty about Gale Hawthorne, I'm going to do it, and I need you to just get used to it. Oh my god, I love it. I live for it. I live for an opportunity to weasel in a nasty little comment about Gale, because I hate him. So now it's time to pick the male tribute, and that is Peeta Mellark. He is chosen as the male tribute. He is the baker's son, and that's kind of all we know about him at the very start, except Katniss remembers him, and she's not exactly sure where, but she's having these little memories come up where she feels like they've had an interaction before, but it's very vague to her, and she knows it definitely happened a long time ago. They go on stage and they shake hands, and Effie says some more shit, and then they're taken inside the Justice Building to say goodbye to their family. So once they're inside there, Katniss is visited by various people. Peeta is as well, but this book is not from his point of view, so we do not see exactly who goes in to see him. We do see who goes to see Katniss. Now, there's a difference between the book and the movie here as well. It's not huge, though. It's just the people that she sees. So I'm going to start with the book because it's more people, and I think it's easier to go down than to go up. So she's visited by 5 people in the book. Her mother and Prim are the first people that she sees. Katniss is very stern with her mother. This is one thing I will say about Katniss. Girly is not very empathetic to mental health issues, which I understand because she was a child and she was parentified very early on because of her mother's issue. But you hear her internal monologue in the book. She hates that woman sometimes. And that's okay. It's understandable, but still, oof. Katniss is very stern with her mother, and she's like, you cannot black out and like leave like you did when Dad died. Prim has to have you. Like, you have to pull it together for her. One thing that happens a lot in the book that you don't really get to see in the movie is like Katniss's like internal thoughts. You see a lot more of those in the book, obviously, but she is like thinking from the very beginning, like, I'm going to die, and that's for certain. So I need to make sure I have my house in order for when I end up getting murdered. That way everything is taken care of. So I need to make sure I tell my mom this so that she takes care of my sister for the rest of her life, because I'm going to die. Katniss is a complicated, emotionally, I don't want to say emotionally stunted, but like she's got some things to work through before she ever goes to the games in the first place. And then she goes to the games, and then that just fucks her up even more. So, like, it's okay. But, like, she is very, like, this is my mission. This is what I have to do. Da, 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 da. And you know, it's because she wasn't allowed to be a kid. I understand. I know. But it is important about her character. It's a very important character trait that she has. I'm not saying it's negative. I'm saying it exists. So after Prim and her mom, the baker, aka Peeta's father, comes to visit her, and Katniss is like very confused as to why he's there. Basically, he promises that he will make sure that Prim is able to eat. Everyone is kind of like, everyone loves Prim. Not a lot of people like Katniss, because Katniss is a very off-putting personality. We will find that more as time goes on. But again, it's because she was not allowed to be a kid, and she's had to be strong her whole life, and that's exhausting. So again, anytime I'm talking about a character trait of Katniss that is not necessarily pleasant, Jesus Christ, that is not necessarily pleasant, it's not an indictment of her, and it's not me saying that I don't like that about her. It is, however, just the way that she is, and we have to accept the good and the bad of people, because people aren't perfect, and that's what makes interesting characters, is when they do have some flaws. So I don't remember exactly when this is said in the book, but I'm going to mention it here. So Katniss's mom and the baker were like involved when they were kids. Like, he was in love with Katniss's mom. But she ended up marrying Cole guy over here. And it, you know, there's a lot of things, like Katniss has like this love of singing that she gets from her father, and that has a lot to do with it as well. But basically, Katniss's dad was very charming and energetic, and he kind of could command a room very easily, and Katniss's mom was drawn to that, so she did not end up picking the baker to end up with, and she ended up with Katniss's dad. Okay. Now, Madge comes in. Madge is not in the movie. Remember that if you don't remember, someone on the internet will remind you very quickly and tell you how bad it is. So don't even worry about it. You will find out. But this is where she gives Katniss the Mockingjay pen. Now, in the book, there's this thing where you are allowed to take a token into the games with you as like a memento for your district. They take this out of the movie, and I am glad. I think it is a strange detail that does not add much. That's another hot take. And Gale comes in. It's kind of like a regular goodbye. Gale also promises to take care of Prim, which is like nice of him, I guess. And then he like trails off as he's like taken out of the room, and he's like definitely about to confess his love to her, because it's all about him. Even though she's about to go die, he definitely should be able to say what he wants to say out of selfishness in this time. But she doesn't hear it, and she doesn't know. Praise God. Okay. In the movie, not much is different. She only sees her mother, Prim, and Gale. That's really the main difference. And Prim gives the Mockingjay pen back to Katniss at this time and repeats the, like, if you have this, nothing bad will happen. Which I would like to take a second to gently remind Prim that when she was in possession of the pen, something very bad did indeed happen. And she was selected as the tribute for the Hunger Games. But we don't have to think about that. It's fine. It's fine. It's a sweet sentiment. If you have this, nothing bad will happen to you, even though something bad has already happened to me. I would also like to say, I have something to say. Isn't that so shocking? Whenever I see people talking about the pin switch of when it's given from the book to the movie, everyone is like, oh, Greasy Say gave Katniss the pin. Greasy Say didn't give Katniss the pin. She might have initially given it to her as like, you can take this pin, but the significance does not lie in the fact that Greasy Say gave her the pin. And to act like there's no significance in Prim giving her the pin is you're purposefully being obtuse. You're being facetious. You are purposefully you need to watch it again. One of those two things needs to happen. Go do it. Oh, I'm talking too much shit. That's karma. I almost dropped this microphone. But the thing about karma is that karma is the guy on the Chiefs coming straight home to me. So Katniss and Peeta have now officially said their goodbyes, and they are taken onto the tribute train, which is going to transport them to the capital. They're given a lot of like shit that they've never been able to have before, like amazing food. They kind of let the tributes live in luxury before they send them off to slaughter, because they're like so nice and caring and thoughtful like that. This is also where they meet Haymitch, who is their mentor. Haymitch is a drunk. That is like the main thing that we know about Haymitch instantly. He is a drunk. He does nothing but drink. It makes sense because like he is the only mentor from District 12. There has not been a winner since him. So every year he sends 2 kids off to die and he watches it happen. So Haymitch is very apathetic when he first meets them. But they're both very feisty little guys. And so they kind of like shock him a little bit, and he's like a little surprised that they're being this way, and then he kind of starts to open up to the idea of like deciding to be an actual useful person who does something for them. This is also where we have the conversation where Peeta reveals that he did talk to his father when he was in the courthouse doing his goodbyes, and his father said, we might actually have a winner from District 12. And he was not talking about Peeta. Okay, so they get to the Capitol, and Katniss meets her prep team. These 3 little guys over here in the corner, that's her prep team. So they're kind of being a little like snotty with her, but they do have good intentions, and they are overall very nice to her, and they do like her a lot. Their job is to take her back to like Beauty Base 0 and get her ready to meet her head stylist named Cinna. So she's meeting her head stylist now, and the thing that you need to know about the people in the Capitol that I think I might have said already, but I'm going to say it again because I love to repeat myself, is that everyone dresses very extravagantly. The whole point of being in the Capitol is to show off the fact that you are rich as much as possible in as many ways as possible. So they dress as extravagant as they can. They will dye their skin. They will dye their hair. They will put weird tattoos on their body. They dress in crazy ways, except for Cinna. Cinna wears all black, and he just has some gold eyeliner on, and that is all that Cinna does, and that just kind of like helps establish Cinna as like a cool guy. Like he's different, and there's something intriguing and different about him, because Katniss is like dreading meeting him because she doesn't want to have to deal with fucking Capitol people, but then he's so nice and normal and not like that at all, and that also kind of like helps to other Cinna away from everyone else and make it like very evident that he will be very useful to her. But I love their dynamic, and I love the way that they talk to each other. When Cinna gets there, his goal is to get her ready for the tribute parade. So once they get to the tribute parade, the whole plan is that like all of the groups of the tributes go out in pairs, and they are wearing some kind of like costume that embodies their district, and it's kind of like to show them off to the people of the Capitol for the first time. Katniss says that like normally they do something super cliche and dress them up as coal miners, and like they kind of like do different examples of the different districts and stuff, but sometimes the stylists do really corny shit, and sometimes they do things that are actually nice. Sometimes they do things that are purposely provocative just to like shake it up and cause a scene and get the attention on them. Instead of focusing on like coal or like a coal miner, they focus on the flame. So basically they have Katniss and Peeta in all black, and they light them on fire with a synthetic fire that does not burn them. And so they are like the talk of the tribute parade. Everyone cannot stop looking at them. They are obsessed with them. They look so good and they're catching everyone's eye. And so they're like, the camera's on them constantly, and they know that they have like won the tribute parade. You can't win the tribute parade, but like you can when it comes to public favor, and they have gained the public's favor. And also when they're on, guys, also when they're on the little chariot, Katniss and Peeta hold hands. They hold hands. It's so sweet. I love them. Decided to train together as a pair instead of getting separate advice from him. So his main piece of advice is to not do the thing that they're going to be like absolutely 100% the best at in front of the other tributes in order to keep the element of surprise. And he tells them to like go in and try doing other things and save that special skill for the private thing with the game makers, where they will evaluate you and give you a score. After they do all the training, the contestants get to go in and do a little showcase for the game makers of like what their special little skill is. So everyone goes, and Katniss is the very last one to go out of all of them. District 12 always goes last, but they get like the penthouse in the hotel. So I guess that's like the consolation prize for the fact that like they will probably definitely die because they're scrawny and poor. So Katniss hasn't been using the bow and arrow, which is what she's very good at because she is a hunter. She hasn't been using it in practice because she was told not to. But the thing is that this bow and arrow is like a very high-tech like metal bow and arrow, and very different from the wooden one that she's used to using. So when she goes in to do her showcase, the first time she does the arrow, she misses a little bit. She's not dead on because she's trying to get used to like the different strength of it and like how it's a completely different feel in her hands. She barely has the attention of the game makers at this point anyway, because she's the very last tribute that's going through, and they've kind of like checked out almost. And then as soon as she misses, they are not paying attention to her at all. She instantly corrects, and like the second time she tries to use the bow, she does it perfectly. She just needed to use it one time because she's very, very skilled and she's very talented. That's kind of like her shtick. But she turns around after she does it correctly, and they're still not paying attention at all. A roast pig has been brought in with an apple in its mouth, and all they care about is that fucking pig. And so what Katniss does, because she is an impulsive girly who lets the intrusive thoughts win big time, is she takes her arrow and shoots it into the area where the game makers are and directly into the apple in the pig's mouth. And they freak out. And then she just bows and leaves because she's a badass bitch. So then we are in like the living quarters that they're in, and we are gathered around the TV waiting for the training scores to come through. Katniss is sure that she's going to have the lowest score that's ever existed because she has like insulted the game makers basically and pissed them off. But instead, she gets a score of 11. It's the highest score of anyone else, and it's probably like one of the highest scores they give out because the score only goes up to 12. Everything's heating up, like all the different like little social like media appearances that they have to do start around this time. So the next day it's time for their interviews. During the day, Haymitch is prepping Katniss and Peeta for their interviews. But Peeta has decided that he now wants to work alone and not be paired up with Katniss anymore, which is interesting to her. But also she kind of has this thing. Listen, she cannot trust that man to save her life. Anytime that Peeta does anything, she instantly is like, oh, okay, so he wants to fucking kill me then. Hey, chill out maybe. Like Haymitch tells her that Peeta wants to like just like train by himself and go over the interview stuff by himself, and in her head she's like, well, yeah, I guess at some point I had to do it. Might as well get used to it. Might as well get ready. I'm gonna have to fucking kill him. So like that's fine. Like it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. That's very much her. She doesn't trust people, but like why would she? You know, like again, I get it. I get her. I understand her. It doesn't make it not true though. So like everything that's happening right now is like the morning before the interviews. Haymitch is trying to help Katniss like perfect her interview style. Like, essentially what Haymitch is trying to make Katniss understand is that like she has to be a bubbly little bitch or no one's going to send her shit in the arena to make her life easier, and she's going to be stuck surviving on her own, and she's going to die, which is, she's not really fully grasping the gravity of it, and I think she's just being stubborn, and that's okay. So now it's time for the interviews. Katniss has spoken to Cinna before we get to this point, and I think like what it is that I love about their dynamic is that he is a very stabilizing force for her, and like he is someone who can like get her to understand when no one else can, and knows how to speak to her in a way that she will be receptive of, and she doesn't really have anyone else exactly like that. So Cinna puts her in this bright red dress, and when she spins around in a circle, it like lights on fire at the bottom to kind of like give that homage to like their tribute parade costumes, because then this is kind of like when Katniss gets like the name of Girl on Fire. It's like already being said, but it's cemented after this interview. A very inconsequential, small and tiny thing that is said during this interview in the book that I'm going to mention because there's a payoff 2 books later that I find very wholesome and sweet, is that Katniss says that she loves the lamb stew that's made in the Capitol. It's her favorite thing that she's eaten, and she cannot get enough of it. Her interview does go pretty well in general. She's definitely a little stiff at the beginning, but like once she gets going and she gets a little comfortable, she does compliment Caesar as like he is good at making the tributes stand out and meeting them where they are and helping them to give a good interview. One thing about Peeta is that he's gonna say some shit, and it's gonna rock everyone's world, and it is so amazing. He does it every time. He's always like, and another thing, bam. And it's like the juiciest shit you've ever heard in your life. He's so good at it. It's a special skill that I wish I possessed. So like Peeta's already very charming and charismatic, so he doesn't need help from Caesar, which is how he's able to like drop in this thing, and all of a sudden Katniss is confused because he's talking about like he's had a crush on this girl for a long time, and Caesar's like, well, maybe, you know, if you get out, you can go find her and you can end up with her. And he's like, yeah, that would be difficult. And Caesar's like, why? And he's like, I brought her here with me. What? Yeah. So he has a crush on Katniss. Katniss thinks he's lying because she's oblivious. This does not improve quickly. So if you're hoping that she will wise up to the fact that she won't. She will continue to think for way too long that he is making it up. An annoying amount of time, honestly. I need her to get a grip. Love her though. Katniss is like literally fucking furious about this. But she manages to like keep her composure in front of everyone else. But the second they get out of that elevator and get back up to that room, she grabs him and shoves him. He like cuts his hand up on a pot. She really needs to, the anger, I think what it is for her is that she feels like it makes her appear like soft and weak to be like, you know, someone have a crush on her. It makes her very feminine and girly, which she like does not want those qualities because she thinks that makes her not strong. So, but then Haymitch is like, hey, dipshit, he made you look desirable, and like there's something about you that like people should like, and it's gonna be helpful in the long run, so can you cool it please, for the love of God? And she's like, fine. Peeta and Katniss make up. Katniss finds Peeta out on the roof, and they kind of have this conversation where he's talking about how like he refuses to become a piece in their games, which dirty work, Suzanne Collins, given what you do to that boy. That is dirty fucking work. How dare you make him say that and then do what you do? I am appalled, but also you're a genius. You're a genius. It's a very sweet scene, and it's very necessary because they go like into the games on a really good foot. And then they go to bed, and now it's the day of the games. Cinna is down with Katniss in like her like get ready room to go up, and he hides the pin in the movie. In the book, it's just there, but I like the movie version better for this very particular instance of plot. So I'm going to talk about it. He like takes the pin and he hides it in the folds of her jacket. That way it's there, but no one knows that it's there because he's a sneaky little guy and he's a rebel at heart. And that lets you know that earlier. And I like that. I think that it's good. So after they're done talking, Katniss gets into like this tube situation that's going to lift her up into the games. And all of a sudden, she starts rising up. And now it is time for the games to begin. All right, welcome to the 74th annual Hunger Games, and may the odds be ever in your favor. That was a unique line reading of that, wasn't it? I've never heard it said like that before because it wasn't good. It's a bad way to say it. I realized that I forgot to say that this is President Snow. I'm leaving him up there because he's looming and he's not a huge part of this movie. But he's very important. So I'm going to let him loom. So these are all of the tributes in the 74th annual Hunger Games, divided by district, female than male, female than male. Over here in this corner, we have our 3 capital people who are heavily involved: Seneca Crane, head game maker, Claudius Templesmith, announcer, and Caesar Flickerman, television host. And our flag is still there. Oh, say does that Star Spangled Banner yet wave. So we're just going to go right into it. Not all of these characters have names. There's 24 of them. They cannot all be named and all have super special deaths. Half of these children will die in the first day. So, ones that you do need to know. District 1. We have Glimmer and Marvel. District 2, we have Clove and Cato. These are all career people. And then this girl over here from 4 is also in the Career Alliance, but she is not named and is not important. District 5, female. She just has a nickname. We don't know her real name. It is Foxface, though, is her nickname. She is important. And then District 11, which is the district that is next to District 12, you have Rue as your female district person, female tribute. I keep doing that. And Thresh as your male, and then we know who the fuck those 2 are. All right, let's get rolling. So the 74th annual Hunger Games lasted a total of 18 days. So that's how long this happens. Over there, a couple days where no one dies. We really are not going, I'm not going to go into super depth about this. I'm going to talk about the things that are important to the story, and I'm going to let you know who dies what day. But I'm not going to sit here and go through like every last second of each day because that would be so much information that is not important to it or how anything progresses from this point on. So let's begin. Really quickly, just to like let you know like what the arena is like. It's a very woodsy scene, which is helpful for Katniss because she is used to being in the woods and hunting and whatnot. It can rain. It's fresh water. It is a normal temperature during the day, but it gets very cold at night. It's a lot of woods, but there are some clearings. Of course, it starts right in the clearing. And then the cornucopia exists in the very middle of the arena, right around where it all starts. And that is where you're going to find all of the supplies and the weapons and everything. Haymitch has instructed them to not go to the cornucopia and to instead run away because the first day is always called the cornucopia bloodbath. So remember how I just said that Haymitch told them not to go to the cornucopia and to run away instead. So Katniss is very stubborn and she ignores that and she decides that she's going to go do it anyway, which it kind of works in her favor because she does get a little backpack with some very helpful supplies in it. However, she does also almost fucking die. So, you know, win some, lose some. Let's go over who dies. All right, you got your female from 3, gone. You got your male from 4, gone. Male from 5, your female from 6, and your male from 6. Goodbye, District 6. Your male from 7, your female from 7 as well, okay. Your male from 8. Oh, I didn't say goodbye, District 7. So sorry. Both from 9. Goodbye, District 9. Female from 10. And that is the state of the board at the end of the first day. So basically the first day ends. Katniss in her pack has like a ways to like purify water, some goggles that she's not sure what they're used for, a sleeping bag, and like a strap. So she climbs up into a tree because she's one of the only people that can climb trees, and she straps herself into the sleeping bag in the tree. That way she's out of reach of everyone else, but she can also get some rest because she's very smart and she's very baller. Okay, so 11 children dying is drama. However, like the drama is going to begin this day. So day 2, Katniss wakes up. She hears something. It's the career pack wandering around. She's up in the tree, so they're not like aware that she's there, but she is kind of like spying on them from up in the tree. And she is shocked because who should be canoodling with this career pack up here but Peeta Mellark, her ally from her own district, with the pack of careers? Excuse me? Now, does it ever cross her mind that perhaps he might be just doing something to keep himself alive, and it might not be that deep, and maybe she should think before she jumps to conclusions and gets very angry and acts out and does something irrational? No, that's not really her forte. That's not really what she's super great at. So she is instantly angry, which I do understand. She does say like, oh, I'm excited to get to kill him now, or something to that extent, which is a little bit psycho behavior, but I'll give it to you because it does feel like a major betrayal. Like, Band-Aids don't fix bullet holes. You say sorry just for show. If you live like that, you live with ghosts. You forgive, you forget, but you never let it go. So she spends the day hunting and looking for water. She finds no water during this day. She didn't have any water at all on day 1, and she also has not found any today. She's getting dehydrated. As she's getting back into her tree to like buckle back in and sleep, she notices that someone is doing something very stupid and unwise and has decided to light a fire. And it's very visible because it's nighttime and it is extremely cold. So Katniss feels a lot of sympathy for this person, but she's also like not completely sure who it is. But she does hear someone from the career pack come up and kill this person. And that death at the end is the only death that day. And it is the girl from District 8. Goodbye, District 8. Thank you so much for participating. The struggle that I just had with that 8 is probably going to end up in the video, so I hope you guys enjoyed that. Okay, it's day 3. Katniss has now gone 3 days without water. She is extremely dehydrated, and she's probably going to die soon if she does not find water. She's angry because she's like, why hasn't Haymitch just sent me water? I could be fine. I could have water, and I could be living, and everything could be fine. And she's getting pissed at him. But because her and Haymitch are so damn alike, she realizes that he's being withholding on purpose, because she realizes that that means that water must be close because he doesn't think that she needs it that badly. So she becomes more determined to find the water that she's looking for. It's like the entire day of her being like so dehydrated, she feels like she's on the brink of death and trying to find water. They don't really put all of that in the movie because I don't really know how they would. At the very end of the day, she's like laying down on the ground. She's doing one of those like resigned to death monologues in her head again, which she does pretty often, to be quite honest. And then she realizes that she's touching mud, and there's a pond right close by. So she is finally able to get water. And that's how day 3 ends. There are no deaths on day 3. Day 4, I like to call the day of the fireballs. So basically what's happening is Katniss is getting close to the edge of the arena, and Seneca Crane doesn't like that, and he wants to deter her from the edge. So he starts a huge fire in the forest that is like devastating, and it's kind of like chasing her and following her exact path almost to get her away from the edge. But also then the fire starts spitting out huge fireballs, and one hits her and she burns her leg really badly, and she burns her hand really badly. It's like gnarly. It's fucking bad. She gets her shit rocked. She gets her shit absolutely rocked. And she finds a pond of cold water and she's trying to like cool it off. That way it'll feel a little better. But then the careers find her and they start chasing her. So she crawls back up in her tree and they're kind of like surrounding her at the bottom of the tree trying to get up. We learn that Glimmer is the one that ended up getting the bow and arrows that were like definitely meant for Katniss, and she's shit with them. She cannot use them well. She's like aiming up at Katniss, nothing's happening. Katniss is being a little bit of a little bitchy bitch, and she's like, oh wow. That's not how she says it. She says it much cooler than that, but I can't remember exactly what she says, and I'm not as cool as her. They don't come from like tree heavy districts, the careers don't, so they don't really have a way to follow her up into the tree. So they're kind of just like down there at the bottom, and they're like, we'll just wait her out until the morning. She can't stay up there forever. So they kind of make camp directly under the tree for the night right below her. So they've all settled in and started to go to sleep, and Katniss starts to hear like a noise, and she looks over and she sees that something's up in the trees with her, and she thinks it might be like an animal or something, but she realizes that it's Rue, the 12-year-old from District 11. Rue is also good at climbing trees because the thing in District 11 is agriculture. So Rue points above Katniss, and Katniss realizes that there is a trackerjacker nest up above her. So trackerjackers are essentially going to be like wasps, but if the venom was 10 times worse and could make you hallucinate and kill you very quickly with only a few stings. It's bad. It's not great. The hallucinations especially are gnarly. So, but they're not really like doing anything, they're not really attacking, and she realizes it's because all of the smoke from the fires has made them lethargic, like when you smoke out a bee nest. If you're a beekeeper, you know, I know so much about beekeepers. I actually am terrified of bees. I know literally next to nothing about beekeepers, and I don't want to know. I would like to have no knowledge on how bees work because they scare me. They freak me out and I don't like them. So Katniss gets an idea, and it like Rue also kind of gave her the idea, but Rue could not speak it. She could just point at it. So like they work very well together basically, and they are very much on the same wavelength. But Katniss is like, if I saw this trackerjacker nest down, it will land on them, and then like problem solved. So she starts doing it, but then like it starts getting quiet, and she doesn't want them to know that she's doing it, so she has to take a break and wait until the morning. There are no deaths on day 4. Day 5, Katniss wakes up and she finishes sawing off the nest from the tree. So she drops it onto them while they're sleeping, and they instantly wake up and they freak out. She gets stung a couple of times in the process, like on her cheek and her hand. Like they're starting to wake up as she's waking up, so she's sawing it, but they are kind of getting her little by little, but she only gets stung a couple of times. Most of the careers are able to escape with just a few stings, but Glimmer and the girl from District 4 are not so lucky, and they get like stung to death and are like dead under the tree. So Katniss is kind of like giving it a little time to settle, and then she has been stung, so she's getting very woozy, feeling very awful, but she climbs down out of the tree. Remember, Glimmer is the one with the bow and arrow, so she gets the bow and arrow from Glimmer, but she's like losing it at this point. Like it's starting to set in heavy, and so she's like kind of resting against the tree, and then Peeta comes out of nowhere and is like, what are you doing? Get out of here. Go. You need to leave. They're going to come back. And she's confused, and she's not sure if that really happened or not, because Peeta's with the careers now, but he seems to be like trying to save her, and she knows that she just got like the trackerjack or whatever, so she feels like she might be hallucinating, and she kind of like wanders around and has some weird visions, and then she passes out in a ditch. Basically, it might not be a ditch, but it's funny to think that it's a ditch, so I'm gonna say ditch. As far as the deaths go for today, obviously, like we said, we have Glimmer from District 1 and the girl from District 4. Thank you for being with us, District 4. You may leave. You did not receive a call back. So Katniss wakes up and she kind of has like some leaves wrapped around her trackerjacker stings, and she's starting to feel a lot better. And she realizes that Rue found her passed out, and she knew like the herbal remedy for the trackerjackers and helped her out, because Rue is a sweet, precious little angel baby, and I love her. Rue also tells Katniss that she was out for 2 days. So 2 days have passed and no one has died during that time. But Katniss has been like down and out for a while. During this day, Rue and Katniss start to get very close. I mean, if you like, Rue is 12 and Prim, Katniss' sister, is 12, except like Rue doesn't have anyone to volunteer for her, so she had to go in. And I think that like that proximity is a lot for Katniss, and but also Rue's just a very sweet girl, and they get along well. Katniss also feels like very protective over Rue, and they do agree to have an alliance together. And then they start making a plan of what they can do to kind of like mess with the careers and make it really difficult for them to continue on. What they really want to do is like get rid of their supplies in some way. That way they don't have anything to keep them like strong and healthy, so that they start to deteriorate along with everyone else, since they're in such a strong alliance. And there are no deaths on this day. All right, we are on day 8. Katniss and Rue are woken up by the sound of a cannon. They don't know who it is that's dead, but obviously someone is dead. A cannon goes off every time someone dies. So they go forward with their plan to destroy the career supply. So basically what the careers have done is they have stockpiled everything in the cornucopia, and everything is like out around there. They have it guarded, but like not super guarded. And the plan is that Rue is going to go set some decoy fires in 3 different places around the arena to draw the careers away, and then Katniss is going to go down to the cornucopia and see what she can do to destroy the supplies. When they're formulating this is when we get the very iconic whistle that's associated with this franchise that I kind of want to do, but I feel like if I mess it up, I'm going to be embarrassed, so I'm not going to do it, and you will just have to imagine it. Katniss gets down to the cornucopia, and she's kind of watching, observing, trying to figure out what's going on. The only person that's there to guard it is this boy from District 3. He's like a very small kid, so she's confused because it's a lot of stuff to leave there without really a lot guarding it, because he's really not going to be able to do anything. But as Katniss is watching, she sees Foxface from District 5 kind of like come in, and she's kind of like hopping and skipping around and like purposely missing certain places, and Katniss realizes that what they've done is, so there are mines all around the pedestals that the contestants stand on before the games start. That way, if someone steps off early, they're blown up, and that's it for them, the end, whatever, forever and ever. But the boy from District 3, he's from the Technology District, remember? He has figured out a way to make the mines active again. So they are working. So they have all of their food all stockpiled around these mines. That way, if anyone goes to it, they will be blown up, which is why there's no one really guarding all the food. So once Katniss realizes this is what's happening, she's having to improvise. She's trying to think of what she can do. And she realizes that there's like this bag of apples hanging on the side of this pile, and she has a bow and arrow. So she takes her arrow, and I think she uses 2 or 3. She essentially like slices open this bag of apples, and they all tumble down out, and they hit the landmines, and it blows up the entire stock of supplies that they have. And the careers come running back, and they are furious. Cato especially. If Royd wait, do I have a speech impediment? Like, do I? And I don't know it. What I was going to say. If Royd Rage could have a human embodiment, it would be Cato from District 2. That man is crazy and violent. And what he does is when he realizes what's happened, he gets mad at the boy from District 3 because of course it's his fault, even though he's a genius and he made it work for this long. But because it failed, he's mad at him, and he like, you know, he breaks his neck a little bit. Not a little bit, a lot. He kills him. He's dead. Boy from District 3 is dead. Katniss stays nearby under a bush that night. Like the blast from it really affected her a lot, and she's really disoriented, and she like is having trouble hearing out of one of her ears, and it's just like not good for her. So the only death on this day that we like see happen is the boy from District 3. But then we also had the cannon that woke them up in the morning. We learned that is the boy from District 10. So 10 is out. and 3 is as well. We are left with only named characters now, so you know shit is about to get good. Okay, when Katniss wakes up from her, like, really disorienting whatever is happening, she is deaf in her ear. Left ear. Sorry, I forgot which ear it was. She's deaf in her left ear. She realizes that Rue never made it to the 3rd fire that she was supposed to set, so Katniss is getting nervous, and she starts running, and she's trying to get back to Rue. And then she hears the call, and she's like, okay, I guess we're good, but then she hears screaming. And so she's running, she's trying to get to Rue, The exact manner of this is different in the book and the movie, but essentially, whichever way you slice it, Rue is trapped under a net, and she's trying to get out. Katniss managed to get her out, and she's checking to make sure she's okay. And then, all of a sudden, this spear comes flying through the air and hits Rue. And Rue is going to die. She is not yet dead yet at this exact moment, but she will be dead soon. Katniss whips around instantly. It's Marvel from District 1. He has the spear. Like instantly, as soon as she like perceives what has happened, she shoots him with her bow and arrow instantly. He is dead. He is completely dead instantly. Rue is still kind of alive because of course she is, because it must be tragic, because it is a catalyst for Katniss. And honestly, the entire story, nothing else would have happened if Rue did not die in this way and if Katniss didn't react in the way that she does. Katniss is like singing Rue to sleep, and then Rue dies, and Katniss is like understandably devastated, right? But she decides that she's really fucking angry because this is all happening because of the Capitol. The Capitol is the reason that Rue is dead. All of this cruelty. She's just killed someone. She's never killed anyone before directly. She's just killed someone. All of these children are dying, and it's because of the Capitol, and she's very mad. She decides to cover Rue's body in flowers. So just like as an act of rebellion, because she wants Rue to be honored, and she doesn't walk away from Rue's body so that it can be like taken up in the hovercraft like it's supposed to be until she's done. And she knows that like it's very possible that none of this is being like broadcast into the districts for them to see, because it's a very clear act of rebellion, but she knows that she absolutely has to do it anyway. So she spends a while doing that, and she's like, in the movie at least, Jennifer Lawrence does a really good job. She's like crying, sobbing the whole time. It's very good. It's very well done. If you have like not seen the movie and you're watching this, I think you should still watch it. After Katniss does all of that and covers Rue's body as like an act of rebellion, she finally understands what Peeta meant when he said he didn't want to be a piece in their games the night before they went in. In the movie, they do a cutaway to District 11, and you see like an absolute riot is breaking out over Rue's death. Like, people are throwing shit, they're screaming, they're like trying to like get up onto the Justice Building steps. In the book, it's just that Katniss receives a piece of bread from District 11, which is like absolutely unheard of and honestly like not allowed at all, but they send her a piece of bread as a way of thanks. And I think those are both effective in their own ways. So as far as deaths go, dear sweet Rue has passed, and this fuckhead has passed. I don't care about him. He sucks. Goodbye, District 1. Good riddance. So the only careers we have left are District 2. They are both still alive at this point. Foxface is still here, Thresh from 11, and both of our 12 girlies. And we're still iffy on if Peeta has gone to the dark side or not. We're still not sure at this point in time if what she saw really happened or not. All right, so a good bit of day 10 is spent with Katniss just being like sad about Rue's death. Like, she's very much ruminating over it for a lot of it. She tries to force herself to be productive and like start hunting so she has something to eat. And then fucking Claudius Templesmith over here in the middle on the far side makes an announcement that they're changing the rules, and there can be 2 victors if they are both from the same district. This is unheard of. This has never happened before. So basically, 2 and 12 both have both of their things. They're all here. So they could be good to go. Katniss audibly says Peeta out loud when she hears it, and her first thought is, oh, that'll convince them that I really have feelings for him. Girl, be so serious. Be so serious. She's a little pathological sometimes, but it's okay because she's allowed. Because I say she's allowed. Because she is a sweetheart and she's never done anything wrong in her life ever. That's really all that happens that day. No one dies. So now we're on day 11. We're going to enter like a few days where honestly not a lot goes down as far as like action. Peeta and Katniss are reunited on day 11. Katniss finds Peeta. So he is like, this is one of the things that people make fun of because he's like completely camouflaged on the side of like a rock near a river, like completely blended in. Like Katniss almost doesn't see him, and she's like, how did you do that? And he's like, I decorate the cakes at the bakery, and this makes total sense, and I can turn myself into a complete rock because I put pretty frosting on the cakes. I'll let her have it. She's a genius everywhere else. She can make me believe that this is true about the cakes and the camouflage. But essentially what's happened is that Peeta has been attacked by Cato at some point in time in the past few days. He was not actually in an alliance with them. He was trying to play them. He was trying to keep Katniss safe, and they were trying to find her, but he was trying to lead them in the wrong direction. But Cato has cut Peeta with a sword, and Peeta has a gnarly infection in his leg. Like, it is bad. Like, it is bad. It's a bad situation. He could die. He could die at any moment. It's like, if he keeps going, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So Katniss finds this little cave structure, and they go in there. They, like, kiss. It's not at all genuine, and she doesn't mean it, and she's doing it because she wants Haymitch to give him something for the really bad fever that he has. But, like, in my heart, it means something to her. And that'll get you in trouble. That's the kind of shit that gets you in trouble. Don't do that in real life. So Haymitch does send them something after they kiss, but all that he sends them is a, like, singular thing of broth, which Katniss instantly knows means, like, that is not good enough. You got to give me something else to work with. Are you kidding me? Just one little peck on the lips. Be so serious. No one dies on this day. All right, day 12. Peeta's fever has broken, so Katniss decides that she's going to try to sleep for a little bit, but when she wakes up, he is even worse. He is terrible. Things are bad. Things are very, very bad. So she kind of is like trying to figure out and like clean out the wound and see what's going on. And she finds out that he 100% has blood poisoning, which is like, we got maybe 48 hours tops before my man is dead and gone for good. She's kind of like freaking out and trying to figure out what to do. But then Claudius, fucking electroshock hair over there, makes an announcement that tomorrow there will be a feast at the cornucopia. And each district will have something that they desperately need there for them to get and take with them. It's basically designed to like draw them out so that things will happen. But it is something that they need, and she knows that it's going to be medicine for Peeta's leg. That way he can like not fucking die, I guess. I don't know. Peeta's like, no, absolutely not. You're not doing that. You're not going to go die for me. And Katniss is like, okay. But then she goes outside and she receives a little package from Haymitch, and she opens it and she's like, what is this? And it's sleep syrup. So basically he sends her a vial of drugs to knock him the fuck out for an entire day. That way she can leave in the morning and go get the stuff. That doesn't happen in the movie. That's just in the book. But I think it's very funny, and I wish it was in the movie. That is one thing I 100% wish was in the movie. The next morning on day 13, Katniss leaves dear drugged up little Peeta, and she goes to the cornucopia. She realizes that Foxface has been hiding inside the cornucopia and runs out really quickly. I didn't point. That's Foxface. You knew that already, though. Runs out really quickly, gets what she needs, and just like runs back into the woods. She's very smart. And it's funny that they call her Foxface because they said that she looks like a fox in the beginning, but she also has a lot of like personality traits of a fox, and I think that is very good. I like that. Katniss takes a beat, but then realizes like all there's left to do now is run for it, so she starts making a run for it, but then Clove attacks her. And one thing about Clove is that she loves a good knife. So Clove has Katniss like on the ground, and Katniss is like, this is it. Clove's like taunting her and being like, I think I'm going to take my time. I'm going to spend forever like killing you. She keeps like taunting her about Lover Boy, which is Peeta. And she's going on, but she's like taunting her. She's talking about Peeta. She's talking about how Marvel killed Rue. She's going on and on about that. She's like gloating about how Rue's dead. And then she's about to start cutting Katniss up. Katniss gets one pretty bad cut over her eyebrow. But then all of a sudden, Clove is like yanked off of her. And it's Thresh from 11. The guy from 11 has pulled her off. And he's like, what did you do to her? What did you do to that little girl? Excuse me? And like Clove's backpedaling because she knows she's about to fucking die because she is stupid. And so she's like, no, I didn't. And then, like, Thresh kind of, he, beats her head in with a rock. Like, that's, like, he does. Like, he completely 100% beats her head in with a rock. So, Clove is dead. And Katniss is like, okay, well, I guess, like, I'm next. Because she's still, like, on the ground kind of in a daze. She's like, I guess I'm next. I don't, like, she's, like, preparing herself. She's doing that thing again where she's like, all right, I'm going to die. Let me monologue about it in my head for a little bit. Love her, though. And then Thresh goes, just this once, 12, for Rue, and runs off with his supply and lets Katniss live. Katniss does not know what to do with this. She hates feeling indebted to people, and she feels indebted to Peeta, and she feels indebted to Thresh. Oh my god. I left out something important. I left out something really important. I meant to say this towards the beginning. So the thing about, like, remember when I alluded to the fact that Katniss was like, I recognize Peeta, I think, but I'm not exactly sure where. Yeah, I meant to touch base back on that, and I forgot. So here's what I forgot to say. Oops. Right after Katniss's dad died, when she was starving before she learned how to hunt, she was, like, digging through the trash outside the bakery trying to find something to eat. Peeta's fuck-ass mom came outside and was, like, yelling at her and, like, running her off. But then Katniss is, like, hunkered under a tree, like, starving to death, trying not to die. And she hears, like, yelling from inside. And then Peeta walks out, and he has, like, two kind of, like, burnt on the edge loaves of bread. Like, they're just a little bit burnt, though. It's not bad. And he's supposed to be feeding them to the pigs, but instead he throws them to her. And then, like, his mom is, like, furious and, like, hits him. And so she feels indebted to him. She feels debt that way. She feels debt for Thresh. That's kind of the through line there. And I meant to explain that way, way earlier, and I forgot. And that is on me. But it is 3 a.m, so cut me some slack, please. Anyway, Katniss is, like, stunned for a second, and then she gets up and she grabs the bag and she just, like, runs like hell back into the woods. So, one death. Just Clove. Clove is gone. Everyone else is still there. All right, we're at day 14. Katniss passes out once she gets back and, like, gets Peeta situated. And when she wakes up, Peeta's, like, doing a lot better. And he's, like, bandaged her forehead up and is, like, kind of, like, taking care of her now. But it's sweet. I don't know. It's sweet. There's a really bad, like, storm. It's raining really bad. So this entire day is kind of just, like, Peeta and Katniss, like, talking. And, like, it's a lot of, like, not lovey-dovey stuff, but, like, in that realm. And Peeta tells the story of when he first realized he liked Katniss, and Katniss in her head is like, wow, he's, like, a really good actor. That's crazy. Girl, wake up. Wake up. No one dies that day. Literally nothing happens. Day 15, they wake up. It's still storming really bad outside, and they're getting very hungry. They're still talking, and then they kiss again, but, like, this kiss, like, it just, like, it feels different, you know? Like, it feels a little like something else is going on there What's that about? And obviously, everyone can tell because Haymitch sends them a bunch of food. So they were both asleep, so they didn't know, they didn't hear a cannon go off, but they find out that night during the recap that plays in the sky that Thresh was killed during the day, which Katniss is I understand this one more than the stuff about Peeta, but she is slightly thankful that he is dead because she knew that she wouldn't really be able to do it, but she also knew that her and Peeta needed to get home. So I'm glad that took care of itself as well, because I don't think it was ever a possibility that we would have ever seen it go another way. I just don't think that it would have been doable, or it would have ruined Katniss's character if that would have been the way that they set it up. So her not even going down that road is the best way to do that. We don't know exactly how or by who, but we kind of assume that it's Cato based off of who's left on the board, because Thresh is very big and strong, and there's no one else. It was definitely Cato. So it's day 16. Things are starting to wind down a lot, which makes Katniss nervous because she knows that means that something big is probably going to happen soon to kind of bring everything together and kind of have everything go out with a bang. Peeta's doing exponentially better. It was a high-tech capital thing, so it worked really quickly. And so they decide to go hunting. Peeta is still, injured, though. He's not just magically cured. So he's kind of, clunking around in the forest, and it's making it really difficult for her to hunt. So she sends him off separately to go find, berries or, something else to eat that isn't gonna be scared away by the way that he's clunking around. So Katniss is hunting, and then all of a sudden she hears the sound of a cannon. Someone has died, and she's freaking out, and she's running. She's like, Peeta, 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 and then she runs right into him. He's alive. He's fine. So who's dead? Peeta was picking some berries, and he didn't realize it, but those were berries that were extremely poisonous. He had these berries, but it turns out that Foxface, who we know is kind of a watcher and a lurker trying to figure out what's going on, saw him picking the berries and assumed that they were safe to eat, and so she ate them, and she died. Now, there was a theory that I think is a little silly, that Foxface did that on purpose because there's in the training montage she's clicking on these buttons with these berries on it in the movie. This is in the movie. And so she knew that those berries would be poisonous, and so therefore it has to be she basically killed herself. She did it on purpose to get it out. I don't really think I guess, but I don't feel strongly about it, but everyone's really obsessed with this theory. I think that might just be a silly little thing that they added into the movie because it's 5 seconds and it's not important. And based on everything that happens in the book, you are very much led to believe that she did it on accident. And there's really no counter indication that that is not what happened. I think that it goes with the fox behavior for her to be watching and taking things. Swiper no swiping is a fucking fox for a reason. That's Foxface. She's swiping when she should be no swiping. Anyway, Katniss takes some of the berries with her because she's maybe we can trick Cato in the same way. So then they kind of start walking around because now it's just the three of them, and so she's sure that something absolutely crazy is about to happen. So that is a wrap on Foxface and a wrap on District 5 as a whole. So we are down to our final three. We have Cato, Katniss, and Peeta. Katniss and Peeta are obviously the only pair left, so if they can defeat Cato, they will automatically win the Hunger Games together as a pair for the first time in history. Okay, we're gonna get some big departures from the book here. It doesn't really change the core of what's happening, but it's just timeline wise, it's crunched down significantly from this point. I'll let you know when we start to deviate, but we start out basically the same. So Katniss and Peeta just said that they're just going to go find Cato because they don't want to wait around anymore. They want to just get it over with. So they're looking for Cato, and they see Cato, and he's running at them full speed. But he just keeps running past them, and they're confused, but they're also uh-oh, that is not a good sign. In the book, he has on full body armor. That's important. In the movie, he does not have that on. So they realize that coming behind Cato is this pack of huge, like, mutated dogs. They're called, like, mutations is what they're called, like, in the world of the book. There is these huge mutated dogs, and they are chasing them, and, like, they are trying to kill all three of them. Like, that is the point. There's an extra twist in the book that I'll get to in a second. So they start running. They run to the cornucopia, and they're all climbing up on the cornucopia. As they're climbing up, PETA gets his leg absolutely ripped, chomped into by these dogs. Like, they make a meal out of his calf muscle, is my understanding of what's going on. It might even be worse than that. I don't know. So he's, like, bleeding profusely, and Katniss is trying to find a way to stop the bleeding. So she ties, like, a tourniquet, but she ties it really tight, and she's like, I feel like I might have just fucked this up, and something bad could happen to his leg. I'm not sure, though. So Katniss is, like, looking at these mutts, and she's like, something about these is just, like, really familiar looking. Like, the fur color and the eyes. And she realizes that all of the mutts have little collars on that have a number between 1 and 11. And she realizes that the mutations are, like, supposed to look like the tributes. Like, their fur color is their hair color, and their eyes are exactly the same color. So she sees the one that looks like Rue. She sees the one that looks like Marvel, the guy that she killed. And it's like, it's meant to fuck with them. That's, like, the only reason that it exists, and why they look like that is so that they can be, like, psychological torture along with the threat of being eaten by an actual dog. So they're, like, all catching their breath. Cato is up on top of the cornucopia with them as well, but, like, they all had to climb up there, so they're all catching their breath. And then all of a sudden, Cato has grabbed PETA, and he's using him as a human shield. And he's like, you shoot me, he's going down with me. The end. That's fine. And, like, Cato's, like, doing, like, not a villain rant, because I feel weird calling him a villain, like, because he is just a kid, and, like, yeah, he's, like, a douche, and he comes from Career Village, so, like, he thinks that the games are great, but, like, he is still a kid, and I think that it might be a little silly to go full out into, like, calling him names. But Katniss realizes that she can shoot his hand, and he'll, like, have to let go reflexively of PETA. So she does this, and he falls into the dogs. In the movie, she instantly goes to the side, shoots an arrow at him, and the end, it's just the two of them left, and they're waiting for them to announce them as the winners. In the book, remember how I said he's wearing full body armor? Yeah. So the dogs are trying to, like, get to him to eat him apart, but they can't really because he has on the full body armor. So they kind of spend, like, an entire night ripping him to shreds slowly. And he is alive for the entire thing. It's kind of a lot, honestly. Like, it's kind of fucking a lot. Like, it's a big deal. He's alive for the whole thing. They can hear him, like, whimpering and, like, crying, and he just, like, won't die. And I don't know why she doesn't kill him. Because it's like he's, like, slowly dying. In the book, PETA has been chomped down on the leg by one of these dogs, so he's still bleeding really bad. In the book, an entire night passes, and like, Cato is still alive and is like bits and pieces, but is still alive and is still, like, making noises. So the next morning, Katniss takes the arrow out of the tourniquet she made for PETA and shoots Cato with the arrow, and he dies. Okay, so now we're back at the same place. Cato is dead. It's just the two of them. So they're standing there. They're waiting. Oh, let me go ahead and take that little guy down. He's gone. Just the two of them. They are alive. But they're waiting for Claudius Templesmith over there to tell them that they've won the 74th annual Hunger Games, but they're not hearing anything from him, and they're confused. Remember now, in the book, PETA has lost the thing in his tourniquet, and he is now essentially bleeding out. Like he is basically bleeding out at this point in time. There's nothing keeping the gaping wound in his leg from bleeding everywhere. So they're confused and they're looking around, and then all of a sudden they hear an announcement, and Claudius Templesmith says the previous deal is no longer valid. We will not be honoring that. There can only be one winner. Shady bitches. That's so shady. Absolutely so fucking shady. Shady ass bitches. So they kind of are like looking at each other, and Katniss in one last round of, I'm assuming the worst of PETA instantly, and I cannot see him as anything but a problem. In this book, she will do it again. But the last time in this book, like, raises her arrow a little bit as if she's gonna, like, shoot him. And he's like, hello? What the fuck are you doing? And then, so they're both standing there, like, arguing about, they're like, we can't do it. We're not gonna do it. No, we can't. And he's like, do it. And she's like, no, I'm not doing it. And he's like, just do it. They go back and forth. But then Katniss has an idea. She realizes that she still has those poisonous berries, that handful of poisonous berries. So she looks at PETA and she's like, do you trust me? He's like, yeah. Which I'm glad that was not in reverse, because she would not fucking trust him at all. But so she hands him some of the berries and she has some in her hand. And basically, the plan is to eat the berries at the same time so they both die, and then they won't have a winner. I think that Katniss pretty much knew that would be happening. I don't think that she ever really intended on either of them, like, dying together, Romeo Juliet style. I know it's not Romeo Juliet because it's happening at the same time and they're both aware, but it's a reference. So they, like, go to put them in their mouth, and then all of a sudden Mr. Templesmith is like, wait. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the winners of the 74th annual Hunger Games. Woo! Oh my God. Yeah. So, she kind of gamed the system. I'm sure that will have nothing but great repercussions for her, and nothing bad will happen at all. So they get, like, taken up into the hovercraft pretty quickly. In the book, PETA is still profusely bleeding from his leg. Please do not forget that this is happening. He is like, he could die at any second, and could have been dying the whole time they're having this debate about who's going to kill who. It's literally insane. And so they get back up in the hovercraft, and then Katniss, like, sees herself for the first time, and she's like, I look like that? Like, it's bad. I mean, it's been like 18 days out in a forest with, like, nothing to do, and she's, like, killed people, and she's probably got blood all over. Like, it's bad. But, like, they get separated, and Katniss is, like, screaming, crying, throwing up. Like she can't get out of, like, the mindset of, like, if she's away from PETA, he's gonna get murdered or something. So she's, like, screaming, crying. None of this is in the movie, so I'm telling you it because I think that it's good for, like, showing the care that they have for each other, or at least the care that she has for him, because she is very in denial about the fact that she cares for him a lot, but, like, her actions very much show that she does, and this is a very good example of that to me. So that's it. That's the end of the games. Let's get back to our regularly scheduled board. If you're wondering, I definitely am not, like, skipping over the games right now and recording this first before I do that, so I don't have to change this board back to this for a second time. That's definitely not what's happening. Don't even worry about it. I'm doing this very authentically, and I would never lie to you. Okay, so the games are over. I'm going to stay in the vein of the book for just a second before I go back into it, because at this point the movie starts wrapping up really quickly, and there's a lot of stuff that happens in the book that is not carried over into the film franchise that is important. All in all, like, even though the book does, like, go into a lot of detail, there's not really a lot that's different about it, I would say. Like, okay, there actually is, like, one thing that's, like, super, super, super different, but we will get there in a second. So Katniss and PETA are taken up into the hovercraft to get all of this shit done to them. They like, go to do a post interview with Caesar, and this is when Haymitch tells Katniss that President Snow is pissed about the berries. He is not happy. He knows that this is going to inspire rebellion, and he needs Katniss and PETA to continue to act like they're in love, or bad things are going to happen. They must continue. Basically, he says that she has to keep up the star-crossed lovers routine, or they're all gonna die. Essentially, like, they will be killed. doesn't do this well. So then they do like the post interview, and like while they're sitting there is when Katniss realizes that because of all the stuff that happened to Peeta, he lost his leg, and he has an artificial leg. He has a prosthetic leg. So then after that happens, they go back to Panem, and like everything starts to kind of return to normal, and they aren't as close as they were, and Katniss does feel sad about it, but don't ask her to figure out what that means for her, because she will not get it. She will not get it. It will take her literally so long before she gets it. The movie is mostly the same. They show Seneca Crane getting locked in a room with a bowl of the berries, essentially, as to be like, Seneca Crane had to leave us, and he did it, but it was not really his choice. It was like, do this or don't, but like, you're not leaving. Sucks to suck. And also, the big thing that's different is that in the movie, Peeta does not lose his leg. That is just completely absent, which, you know, they took out the thing with the big dog bite and the putting the tourniquet too tight and everything like that. So it makes sense that it's gone. But in the future, when we get into the next book, there's some things that Peeta does that make sense if he has a prosthetic leg. Those things make sense. And there are things that don't make a lot of sense if Peeta does not have a prosthetic leg, and instead kind of make him look very like, it's kind of like, why is he acting like this then, if like he's fine? But it's because in the book he's written to have a prosthetic leg, which does make things more difficult for him, but that's not in the movie, so he kind of just looks a little silly, and like it's like, why are you acting this way? So yeah, that's it. That is the plot of The Hunger Games, and like every single thing that happened, and also all of my opinions that you didn't ask for at all.
Let's start, as we always do. Always, we've done it twice, with talking about our main cast of characters that we're going to be seeing for the rest of this book/movie/YouTube video. Katniss Everdeen. She is one of the victors of the Hunger Games from the 74th annual ones the year before. She is not doing well after these games. She's having a really hard time. Things are going poorly. This is Peeta Mellark. He is the other victor. If you will recall, there were two victors because they did something sneaky and tricked the Capitol into making it where they both got to win and no one had to die. He's doing a little better than Katniss. He is, however, still doing poorly as he watched a bunch of children get murdered and murdered some of them himself. This is Haymitch Abernathy. We now know a lot more about Haymitch than we did a couple months ago since Sunrise on the Reaping came out, but what we know of him of this time is that he was the victor of the 25th annual Hunger Games, and he is Katniss and Peeta's mentor throughout this process. Then we have Effie Trinket. Effie is kind of their escort. She travels with them to the Capitol. She has grown very fond of them throughout this process, and I think this is a book with a lot of character development for her. That's fucking Gale. God. Ugh. I ran out of ink while I was putting pictures, and this one came out of him, so I was just thinking maybe we should just, like, right there, like that maybe, just keep it like that the whole time. What do we think? How do we feel about that? I'm kidding, but maybe I'm not. He is now working in the mines when we meet him again in Catching Fire. He's still being really fucking whiny and annoying, and he is making everyone, including me, miserable. Next, this is Finnick Odair. We don't know who he is at the beginning of the book. He is from District 4, and we will come to know more about him as time goes on. This is Joanna Mason. She is from District 7. We will also learn more about her once we leave District 12. Beatty from District 3. This is, of course, President Snow, the actual villain, even though I like to shit on Gale. He is terrible, and he will continue to make Katniss and Peeta and everyone else's life a living hell times 1,000 throughout the entirety of this journey that we're about to go on. Cinna, Katniss's stylist. We love him. We hope he sticks around. And of course, Caesar Flickerman is the host of the games. I think he just gets a poster because he's Stanley Tucci. Plutarch Heavensby is the new head game maker after Seneca Crane's tragic and untimely demise at the end of the first book. Then, of course, you have Katniss's mother and Katniss's little sister Prim, and these are just the 3 people on her prep team, and I think they look very fun, so I put them on the board. So that's our cast of characters for this evening. Let's just get right into it. When we meet Katniss again at the beginning of the book version of Catching Fire, she's internal monologuing about her new life in the Victor's Village and how she doesn't know what to do with herself anymore because she's had to work so hard for everything and now she's just kind of set, but also is very sad because of the trauma. In the book, we're able to kind of go over Katniss's headspace of what she experienced in the game through her monologue, but the movie does this in a very interesting way, and they start it differently. So Katniss and Gale, please stop putting him in scenes just because girls think he's attractive. I'm begging you. He does not need to be there. I don't need to look at him. Katniss and Gale are in the woods hunting, and they explore the psychological effects of the games in a more visual way because Katniss like pulls her arrow to shoot a deer, and then she sees Marvel, Jack Quaid's character from District 1, I think. No, 2. Yes. 2. No. Yes. No. Doesn't fucking matter. And that's what she sees the arrow go into, and she freaks out, but obviously it's not actually Marvel. It's a deer, but it's a really good way to be able to show PTSD in that kind of way, visually, which is why I do love these movies because I feel like visually they accomplish a lot. In my notes, I said it was the male tribute from District 1, but I swear that was Kato. Is he from 2? I don't know. Marvel is also the person that killed Rue, so it's like extra, and that's also the only person she directly had to kill during the game. When Katniss returns home from hunting, everyone's acting really weird and nervous, and she has no idea what's going on, and she enters her home, and President Snow is waiting for her there. He says, okay, I'm just going to be straight up with you. Listen, the districts are about to start rioting. We're in the arena. We're in the arena. So all of the screaming that you hear, that's tributes being murdered. That's comforting, right? That's good. That helps. Good. I'm glad. All of the districts are rioting, and you need to convince me that you and PETA's little scheme is real. Convince me so the districts believe you and think you're madly in love, or I'm going to kill you. Okay, bye. I'm going to leave you with the smell of rotting roses just for fun. XOXO. And then he's gone. And she's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? So the issue with President Snow's request is Katniss and PETA haven't really spoken since they got back to District 12. So that's going to be really hard to do. And now it's time for the victory tour, which is when the victor of the Hunger Games goes to every single district and basically just like gives a speech and flaunts how they won. It's honestly really cool, and I'm sure is purposely that way to keep everyone kind of tampered down and oppressed and sad about the dead children from their districts instead of having to think about how wrong it is. Cinna arrives with Katniss's wardrobe for the victory tour. His plan is to dress her in a much more soft, feminine way to kind of just give that I can't do anything wrong. Like I'm just a baby, you know? Katniss and PETA reunite for the first time in the train right outside District 12 right before the victory tour starts. They like run up into each other and hug. It's kind of for the cameras. And then they fall on top of each other, which is very cute. But you have to remember that in the book, PETA has lost one of his legs. That is not a plot point in the movie. But PETA is down a leg. They also have a very good, transparent, calm, looking at you, Gail, conversation on the train about how they want to remain friends. They do have genuine care for each other. They've been through something very traumatic together, and they know they have to keep up appearances. PETA also expresses gratitude for saving his life because even though he is hurt because he has genuine feelings for Katniss, he knows that what she did in the arena saved his life. He's so healthy unlike someone else we know. The first stop on the victory tour is District 11. Now, this is famously the district that Rue, Katniss's closest ally in the first games, and Thresh were from. Thresh spared Katniss's life when he did not have to as well. Given that this district has such significance to them, the fact that they're starting there really rattles them. And they go up to give this speech that they've written out, and Katniss kind of doesn't say her part. She's very zoned out. Up on platforms are the two dead tributes' families, and Katniss is just like looking at Rue's family. And one of her sisters looks just like her, and all she can do is just stare at this little girl. And so she's completely, basically catatonic up on the stage. And then Peeta, at the end of his speech, adds something that wasn't written for them, and he says that for the rest of their lives, they're going to give part of their earnings to both of the families of the tributes. And then they're about to walk off, but then Katniss is kind of like shaken out of her stupor. And she says, I just want to say that Rue was one of my closest allies and Thresh saved my life. And she kind of just speaks directly from the heart. And it's very moving to everyone that's watching. And then from the crowd, an older man lifts up his hand in the 3-finger salute. He's silent. He's not doing anything. Something that I think is worth mentioning here, because these books are so relevant to current events, is that District 11 is a southern agriculture-based district, so a very large portion of the population is black, and the old man that raises his hand in the salute is an older black man, and all of these peacekeepers in their pure white uniforms come up and grab him and drag him to the center of the Justice Hall stage, which is where Katniss and Peeta are giving their speech. All of this commotion starts going on, and some peacekeepers have the guy, and the other ones are trying to shove Katniss and Peeta back inside the Justice Building so they can quell what's going on out there. Again, this man just raised his hand up and did nothing else. He didn't say a word. No one moved, no one did anything. He just put his hand in the air in a salute that's supposed to be customary of just like respect for the fallen. But as Katniss and Peeta are being shoved back into the Justice Building before the door can close completely, Katniss sees them make the man kneel down on the steps, and they execute him right there in front of everyone in the middle of the district. I think that Katniss had obviously heard from Snow that there was unease in the districts, but this was the first very tangible read of it that she had. And I think she also blames herself for getting this man killed because she went off script. So she's kind of losing it a little bit, and then Haymitch pulls her and Peeta into a side room to have a conversation. Haymitch reminds them that their star-crossed lovers routine has to go on forever. There is no end to it. They are basically property of the Capitol. Every single time they do anything, they will have to be in love for the rest of their lives. They cannot stop it. And Peeta is very frustrated because no one told him that President Snow came to Katniss's house and threatened them, essentially. And I think he's rightfully upset in that regard. And I am biased because I like Peeta a lot, but I think I would be upset too if someone was like, oh, someone was threatening to kill me and you just neglected to tell me. Because he said he would not have gone up on that stage and said that about the winnings if he had known that that would be what would happen. He says, y'all were doing this during the games and you're doing it to me now, and I don't have any sense of agency in it, and that has to stop immediately. And he is valid. The rest of the victory tour follows without incident. They go to each district. They stick to the pre-written speech, and they just go about their lives. It's very just like by rote. In the movie, they do add a couple little tidbit short scenes that I think add to the overall unrest in the districts very well. A man does the well-known Hunger Games whistle, and then in another district, a little girl comes up to Katniss and's like, I'm gonna volunteer just like you when I get older. Oh my god. I just think those are two things that illustrate very well the problem of the Hunger Games and what they represent, and also how rebellion is starting. So the victory tour is over. Katniss and Peeta are getting engaged in order to pacify any rebellion that's starting in the districts. In the movie, Katniss is the one that suggests it, and then Peeta says, yeah, okay, that's fine, and then quickly removes himself because Peeta is pining. Peeta is in love, and don't you ever forget it. Because here's the thing, Peeta knows that it's necessary, but it's still sad and painful for him. In the book, it's announced by Caesar. I'm going to go down the path of the movie for a second because I feel like it keeps the very important events. So then there is a party thrown for Katniss and Peeta for their engagement at President Snow's mansion. Katniss looks up at Snow and very non-verbally is kind of like, so how did we do? And he almost imperceivably shakes his head no. She's like, oh, we're fucked. Okay, we're fucked. We're dead. This is over. Might as well just all leave tomorrow then, because we're dead. We're dead. We're fucking dead. Something else we learn at the party is that overconsumption is so rampant in the capital that all of these people take these little drinks to force them to throw up so they can continue to eat more food. This floors both Katniss and Peeta because they are from the poorest district in Panem, and they know how many people are starving with no food back home. Also at this party, Katniss and Peeta meet Plutarch, the new head game maker, for the first time. They're having this conversation and it's very weird and guarded and it almost feels like they're speaking in code, and Katniss is very annoyed by this. And at some point, Plutarch shows Katniss his watch and she swears she sees for like a split second, almost imperceptible, the Mockingjay symbol. That's weird. Something that's happening in the book at this time is Katniss is having really bad continuous nightmares. Peeta is having them as well, but he has kind of found painting as a coping mechanism. And they start sleeping together in a completely non-sexual way because they're lovely. So then we find out in the movie, we see President Snow watching some news footage. In the book, Katniss happens to see this in the mayor's mansion. There has been an uprising in District 8, and shit is going down. Then Katniss and Gale meet in the woods. I need to take a deep breath because the way that he acts in this part really pisses me off, and oh, okay. He's the most toxic individual on the planet. I know he's not real, but thank God he's not. It's the middle of winter. Katniss has brought Gale a pair of Cinna's old gloves because she cares for him, and he's kind of like, oh, thanks. Katniss has developed a plan that will allow everyone to escape District 12. This plan includes her family, Gale's family, Haymitch, and Peeta. Gale seems pretty on board with this plan until he hears Peeta's name. Just a quick spoiler alert, we're going to talk about this in a minute. When Peeta hears this plan, he will not react in this way. He will react like a sane human being. Anyway, so Gale is calling Katniss a coward. Imagine. And then he throws the gloves at her. I gotta take a lap with that one. I mean, honestly, like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? I can't do this. I think I maybe would kill him if I could. He also decides, oh, this is the perfect moment to confess my love to you. She's shocked by this and doesn't say I love you back, and he gets even more pissy because of course he does. He's just so manipulative and it drives me crazy. She also mistakenly mentions that she knows that there is an uprising happening in 8, and Gale is so happy about this. And I want to talk about this actually for a second. Change is good, and sometimes things will happen in very messy ways, and that is necessary in order for change to occur. I do think it's weird to be happy about death and destruction of people in any way, shape, or form. I think that that's weird. I think it's weird to be smiling about that. You can think, oh, this could be the start of a revolution. This could lead to something. You can think of it in a very serious manner, but to smile about it, I think that's unhinged, insane behavior. So Gale has taken his ball and gone home, and Katniss makes her way back into the village. She is now going to tell Peeta the same plan that she just told Gale. Wouldn't you know it, the first thing that Peeta asks, what about Gale? I also want to take this moment to point out that while Gale said, oh, you're a coward because she wanted to run away, Peeta says, I mean, sure, I'll run away with you, but I don't think for a second you're actually going to do that. because he actually knows her as a person. Katniss has a moment of fear, a moment of weakness, where she is very overwhelmed with what's going on, and her first instinct is to run and save herself and her family. Peeta knows her well enough to know that that is not who she really is, and that moment will pass, and she will do what must be done. Gale is a little bitch, and it's the crux of the issue of who he is as a person. In my view, Gale is like poison to Katniss's mind, honestly. She has this narrative that she continuously tells herself in the books where she's like, I'm only important because of those berries. If it weren't for those berries, I wouldn't matter. That's the only reason I'm important. And I think that the way that Gale acts like she's a coward and she's doing all of this really feeds into that and cements that mindset for her. I think he's terrible. I'm sure you know that I think that because all I do is talk about how much I hate him. But okay, something very serious is about to happen. Katniss and Peeta are walking back towards the town square, and they hear these weird noises happening. Peeta kind of walks ahead a little bit, then comes back and says, "You need to go home right now." Of course, Katniss is stubborn and does not do this, and she follows him, and what she sees is Gale has been tied to a newly erected whipping post in the town square and is just getting lashed over and over and over again. The short reason of why he's there is that he got caught hunting illegally. The punishment completely outweighs the crime. It's ridiculous. It's because he's close to Katniss. Katniss, ever our impulsive queen, runs between the Peacekeeper and Gale, and instead of stopping, the Peacekeeper just holds back on the whip and just nails her right across the face as well. He's about to do it again, still not stop, and then Haymitch and Peeta also run in between them, and Haymitch is like, do you know who this is? She's getting pictures taken for her wedding portrait literally tomorrow, and you have just messed up her face, you dumb fuck. We learn that this Peacekeeper's name is Thread. He and every other Peacekeeper is brand new. None of the old Peacekeepers that liked Katniss and Gale still exist in District 12. They have all been replaced. I also just want to say, I know that I spend a half, probably, of these videos always hating on Gale. I think that he is a very immature person. But he does not deserve what has happened to him here. It was wrong. It was completely messed up. It was an act of brutality that was not necessary. It was completely to show power, and it should not have happened. And it's very sad that it happened. And I want to make sure that that's clear that I hate that this happened to him. I know he's not real, but in the context of this story, it is very bad that this has happened, and he did not deserve it. I'm going to say something snarky about him in about 3 more minutes, so just remember that I said that. Gale is basically unconscious. I don't remember exactly how many times he's been hit, but it's a lot. So they carry him into Katniss's mom's house because Katniss's mom is a healer, and Prim has also started being a healer. And they work together to get him out on the table. He's in so much pain. It's like agonizing. He's in and out of consciousness. Faded way too long. I'm floating in and out of consciousness, and they said I'm back. I'd agree with that. I just take my time with all this shit. I still believe in that. I had someone tell me I fell off. Ooh, I needed that. Because he's in so much pain, Katniss is really upset that he's not being given anything, but they don't have much to give. They're trying to be very sparing with it. And then there's a knock at the door. This is just in the book. And Madge, the mayor's daughter, comes and gives vials of sleep syrup to them. Madge's mother, we now know that Madge's mother is Maisie Lee Donner's twin sister, and we know a lot more about Maisie Lee Donner than we did before, since Sunrise on the Reaping came out, because her sister died in the arena. So she has spent the rest of her life basically catatonic, chronic migraines, just like wasting away in bed. So she has a lot of sleep syrup at her disposal because she's also the mayor's wife. And Madge brings a huge container of it to them to be able to use to help Gale. If you will remember, I'm going to start being snarky about Gale again. I said it was coming in like 3 minutes. If you'll remember, in the first book, Gale is really mean to Madge for no reason, just because she's the mayor's daughter. Just saying. It's Morphling, not sleep syrup. So sorry. I just read my notes. It is 100% Morphling and not sleep syrup. Okay, so after all the excitement is over, Katniss is sitting there alone with Gale, and she kisses him. This is also the moment where she chooses him and decides that he is the person she is going to be with. I believe that this comes about simply because I don't want to say it's out of sympathy. I feel like that has a negative connotation. But something very traumatic happened to him, and she probably feels partly responsible. And I think that that can make your brain feel like an attachment. It's like a trauma bond in a way. Um, and she also will spend the rest of the book thinking about PETA and being like, oh no, but I chose Gale. Girl. Katniss makes her way back into town, and she is able to see for the first time exactly how much has changed. Every single peacekeeper has been changed out. She recognizes no one. And there are now stockades in the town square. There are people with guns up on the roof, and they have completely destroyed the hob, the like backwoods thing that they would all use to sell things illegally. All right, this is just book. We're about to do a really big section of things that only happen in the book. Katniss goes into the woods to clear her mind and do some hunting. She returns to that old cabin that she met Gale at a little earlier, and there's two peacekeepers standing out there. And she's like, hey, what the fuck? And she's about to shoot them. But then she looks closer and she's like, these are barely fitting them. Something is going on. And that's when we meet the characters of Bonnie and Twill. If you'll remember, District 8 is where the uprising is happening. It is also the textile district. So these two have escaped District 8 in peacekeeper uniforms that are manufactured in that district. They tell Katniss the details of the uprising and reveal that they are planning to travel to District 13. And Katniss is like, that's not fucking real. And they're like, no, I promise, it is. It's real. District 13 is real. Their actual export was nuclear weapons, not graphite. They have moved underground because they rebelled against the Capitol. Their main piece of evidence for this is that every time they show a clip of the rubble of District 13, the same Mockingjay flies in the corner of the screen. And I think that's just neat because it's a Mockingjay. Katniss gives them some food and leaves them to their own devices. We never hear about either of these two people again, even when we get to places where they say they're going in the next book. So I don't think any good things happened after they left, but they were really close, so maybe so. I don't know. All right, still only happens in the book. When Katniss leaves the woods and tries to go back, the electric fence is back on. It hasn't been on in years and years and years, but when Katniss goes back, she realizes that it's on, and she has to climb up in this tree. It's still really like icy and snowy outside, and jump down, and when she jumps down, she falls, and she hits weird, and she like really hurts her ankle and her tailbone. When Katniss gets back home, her mother and Prim are acting weird again. And then she realizes there are two peacekeepers in her house, and they're acting weird too because they seem very shocked that she is there. They very obviously were hoping that she wouldn't return and they would be able to do something terrible to her and her family, but she girl bossed it and made it home, broken foot and all. There's a pretty big passage of time where there isn't any huge event happening because we're waiting for the welt on Katniss's face to heal, and we're also waiting for her broken foot to start to heal. During this time, Katniss and PETA are working together on making a big medicinal book based off of her mother and father's research and PETA's drawings. Just some cute little gems I want you to know about them from this portion of the book. PETA brings her like cheese buns every single day he comes to visit her. She also is like, I like to watch his hands while he works. So real of her. So real of her. There are multiple sentences in this portion of the book dedicated to her describing PETA's eyelashes. She's so down bad and she refuses to admit it. Also, hey, Katniss, real quick, just a question for you. If you like Gale so much, why don't you want him around you right now? Is it maybe because he has the emotional depth of a piece of plywood? I would understand, Trust me, I know that's fucking rough. I know what you're thinking. Holy shit, this is like a bunch of important information to leave out of the movie. And I agree, but I also get why they did it. I do love both of these like pieces of information, these big plot points. And I would have loved to have been able to see them play out on screen and see them acted by all of these people. But I also think they are hammering home things that we already know or will come to know. So it would have begun to maybe be a little bit repetitive. And at this point, movies still weren't crossing that like 2 hour mark that much. I think if it was made today, it might have all been in there just because we're at like 3 hours for everything. We're at 3 hours for act one of a musical. I'm not complaining. I loved that so much, but it is what's happening. This book is also like very meaty. Will you realize how much we have said already, and we are not anywhere close to going back into the arena? And with that being said, there are a few more things that only happen in the book that are not in the movie. Cinna and the prep team come back to get her ready for her interview and everything with the wedding dresses. The prep team is kind of doing that thing where they complain a little bit about their frivolous lifestyles when everyone else has it much more difficult than them, and they are talking about how they have not had access to shellfish, which Katniss is like, well, that's interesting. What's going on in District 4 where no one can export shellfish? Katniss is like, oh my god, other districts are also rebelling. This is like a huge situation that's going on. And then Prim comes home and says that she was told at school that day that there would be a mandatory viewing from the Capitol that everyone had to watch that night. Right, book and movie are coming back together now. We're going down the same path after all that extra shit happened. When Snow appears on the screen, he says that he is going to announce the theme for the 75th annual Hunger Games because it is a quarter quell. With quarter quells, they are always a crazy special theme. Haymitch was in the 50th quarter quell, and there were double the amount of tributes. At this point in time, that's all we know. I'm not going to get into Sunrise on the Reaping right now. So they have no idea what the theme will be. It's supposed to be sealed away in an envelope that no one can get to, and then revealed on the day of the announcement. I think that's bullshit, but I digress. Snow opens the envelope and reveals that the tributes will be picked from a pool of existing victors. So that means the only people that can go into the Hunger Games are people who have already been in the Hunger Games. Fuck. I know. Katniss loses her mind. She goes out, she gets super drunk, passes out in a thing, wakes up, goes to Haymitch's house, is like, we have to save Peeta. Haymitch is like, he was here 2 hours ago. What's your deal? You don't deserve him. He is a little bit right. And then she's like, I know I don't deserve him. That's why we have to save him. Can you please do this with me? And Haymitch is like, you're asking me to basically kill myself for him. And she's like, it's not important. She either wants Haymitch to volunteer for his place or promise her that every single piece of like sponsor money, any help that can be given in the arena goes to him and not her. Haymitch is very kind of flippant with it, but Haymitch does agree to this and accepts her promise. That's very important to know as we get to the end of this and also into the next book. Haymitch does promise her he will do that. Of course, Gale shows up and is like, you were right. We have to run away. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Get away from me. Oh, now you understand that you should run away? Oh, now she's not a coward. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, sure, Gale, sure. After this really depressing announcement, Haymitch and Katniss both embrace their inner alcoholics. I guess it's Haymitch's outward alcoholic. Tough love Peeta has entered the chat. That piece is not in the movie. It's the day of the reaping. Effie is back. She is in this like orange monarch butterfly outfit that goes absolutely crazy. But she also is appearing in a much more somber way than she was in the first movie. And I think that's very good character development. She's very chipper in Hunger Games, and she's much more like, I don't want to send these people away to go die. in this one, because she does have a conscience, believe it or not. Katniss is obviously picked as the female tribute, and then Haymitch is picked as the male tribute, and then Peeta instantly volunteers for him. It's the rematch of the century. Katniss and Peeta are put directly on the train. They are not allowed to say goodbye to their families like they were the last time. And because we're going back into another Hunger Games, Katniss is of course on her "I've resigned myself to dying and I will see everything for the rest of this through that lens" bullshit. That night when they get to the Capitol, they decide to watch the tape of the last quarter quell, which is Haymitch's games. I am going to tell you the details of that we know from this book. Only this book, not the other one. So I'm going to skip some important stuff, but we don't know that yet. None of these people know that. So that's why. The theme that year was having double the amount of tributes. One of those tributes was Katniss's mom's friend. Okay, wait, this is actually so funny. I wrote in my notes from a year and a half ago, I'm not going to go into the details of how he won his games because I am still fingers crossed for a Haymitch book. I'm a witch. I'm not. What you really need to know for the purposes of story at this point is that the way that Haymitch won his game was by using the Capitol's force field against them. He had an axe and he made it launch back at someone. So it was not unlike Katniss and Peeta's victory because it made the Capitol angry. We don't know exactly what happened, but we know that Haymitch was punished. It's time for the opening ceremonies. Cinna's plan this year is to have them kind of be the smoldering embers of a fire. So they're going to be really stoic. Before the ceremony, Katniss meets one Finnick Odair from District 4. He's here. Guys, he's here. Nobody freak out. He's here. Finnick is here. He has arrived. He says, "Sugar cube." He has this thing on the surface where he comes across as very self-centered and has this like, "I know I'm hot" attitude, and Katniss hates his guts. She hates his fucking guts. After the opening ceremony, they encounter Joanna Mason in the elevator, and she strips down naked in front of them, and Katniss hates her too. The face that Jennifer Lawrence makes in the movie at this point in time is one of the most hilarious things that's ever happened. The thing that Haymitch is really harping on this year is that they must form an alliance. They don't have the element of surprise that would come with a brand new pool of people, so he wants them to pick people that they trust to rely on in the arena. Katniss becomes attached to Wyrus and Beetee from District 3. They are very eccentric people. They have the nicknames of Nuts and Volts. So that's kind of their reputation, kind of like a little crazed, a little kooky, not necessarily the best, most strong allies. The other person that she really likes is the 80-year-old woman named Mags, who volunteered for a redhead named Annie in District 4. So the person that's there with Finnick. She does still hate Finnick, though. He is not a part of this deal that she wants to make. When she's speaking to Wyrus and Beetee, they're like, you can always tell when there's a force field on something because it shimmers just a little bit in the corner. The next thing that we do is go into the individual sessions with the game makers. Katniss and Peeta really do their big ones here, as far as a big just fuck you to the Capitol. Peeta does this painting on the ground of like Rue dead in the arena from the first games they were in, with flowers all around her, like how Katniss put her out afterwards. And then Katniss goes in there, gets one of these little dummies, ties a knot, puts some paint on him, and then hangs him. And it's Seneca Crane, the head game maker from the last games, who was forced to commit suicide by the Capitol. In the movie, they put him in a room with the berries, and it's very cool. But in the book, he just hangs himself. She writes Seneca Crane in big letters on the chest and just leaves it hanging and then walks out of the room without talking to them. Even though Katniss and Peeta do not show any skill at all, they both are given a score of 12, the highest possible score, because all of the game makers want them to be a target for all the other tributes. They don't do much in the way of interview prep like they do the first time they go into the game, so Katniss and Peeta just spend like the whole day together. It's very sweet. The next day, the day of the interviews, Cinna and the prep team return. They walk in and they see that like Katniss and Peeta are sleeping in the same bed together, and the prep team starts crying. Same. Snow has requested that Katniss wear her wedding dress. But when she puts it on, she's like, this is a lot heavier than I remember it being. And Cinna says, oh, I did some alterations. When I cue you, I want you to spin while you're doing your interview. During the actual interviews, almost every single tribute is filled with like toot. Like terrible attitude. Joanna is sitting there outwardly talking about how fucked up the whole thing is, and even the career tributes are making their distaste known, which is very huge for them because they're normally like the Capitol's darlings. Katniss is the first person from 12 to do hers, so she's kind of just having a normal conversation with Caesar. Cinna does the thing. She does her little twirl, and the dress kind of like ignites and then burns, and then what's left behind is this big mockingjay thing. And Caesar's like, oh, like the bird from your token. And she's like, yeah, like the bird from my token. And then, here we go. Here we go, everybody. Oh, here we go. It's time. Guys, it's time. It's time. Okay. I'm holding this because it's windy, but also I need to hold on to something. Peeta is out here. It's time for his interview. Peeta's about to drop the bombshell. He gets up there, he's talking to Caesar, and he's like, well, actually, Katniss and I had a traditional marriage ceremony in District 12, so technically we're married. And Caesar's like, oh, isn't it so nice that you get to go out with your wife? Which I don't know why the fuck you'd ever say that, but whatever. And then Peeta says, I'm going to get real Cinna right now because this is the best thing that's ever happened. Peeta says, if it weren't for the baby, oh, everybody loses their fucking minds. Oh my god, me included. Everyone is going crazy. People are yelling in the audience. He has just dropped the bombshell. He is a baller ass man. He said, horrified looks from everyone in the room. So after everyone calms down, the interviews are over. All of the tributes actually hold hands on stage in an act of solidarity. And Snow is up wherever the fuck Snow is, and he's like, oh, look at them holding hands. I want them dead. Because he is unfortunately a really good villain. Like, he's a piece of shit, but he is such a good villain. Oh my god. Effie is very attached to both of them. In the movie, she's able to say goodbye. In the book, she isn't. This is where I'm going to take a second just to mention that Effie came up with this idea that everyone would have something gold to prove that they are a team, which is very sweet of her, considering where she came from, how much she's evolved is crazy. So her hair is gold during this book. Katniss has her Mockingjay pin, obviously. Peeta has a gold necklace, and Haymitch has a gold bangle to go around his wrist. Haymitch says the same thing he gave them as advice the year before, to be a cheeky little shit, and he says, stay alive. But then he also says, remember who the real enemy is. Chills. Katniss is back in her little waiting area with Cinna again. He's like, I'm still betting on you, girl on fire. And then she gets in her tube that raises her up into the arena. The second her tube seals her in there, armed peacekeepers come in and they start beating the shit out of Cinna. He's knocked unconscious and she cannot do anything about it. She is stuck. They drag him out of the room. Obviously, they did this to her on purpose because they wanted to rattle her and have her off her game, but they are forgetting that Katniss is that bitch and also can put a mental block up in her head better than anyone I've ever seen in my life. And now, let the 75th Hunger Games, live from the arena, begin. Boy, you can really tell who is important this time around, huh? I love this fucking guy. I don't know a thing about him, but I love him. Katniss is going up in the tube. She gets up there. It's just so disoriented. It's bright and sunny, and she can tell that she's surrounded by water. Let's really quickly go over what exactly the arena looks like for this year of the games. Behind Katniss on her platform, she can tell that it looks a bit like a jungle, and she is in the middle of water, and there's a beach in the middle with the cornucopia on it. Everything is kind of divided with these lines of sand in between, and they don't know why that's happening at this point. Day 1 of the games. Katniss is a really good swimmer. Her dad taught her how when she was little, so she gets to the cornucopia first over most of the people except for like 4. That's District 4, not 4 people. She grabs a bow and arrow, and then she sees Finnick. She hates Finnick. And she goes to shoot him, just for no fucking reason, honestly, and then sees that Haymitch has given him his gold bangle to wear, which is him basically being like, play nice, be allies. She doesn't like this at all, but she trusts Haymitch enough to follow through and is like, all right, fine. Finnick's signature weapon that he used to win his games and is using now is a trident, and he uses it to kill the man from 5. Already somebody's dead. Bennett goes to grab Peeta, who can't swim. Again, we'll remind you, in the books, he is down a leg. And Mags also is like doggy paddling. This is Mags. Mags is doggy paddling her way over as well because she's so old. She can swim well because she's from 4, but not well because she's like 80. So at this point in time, Districts 4 and 12 are in an alliance together. We know that for sure. So they head off into the jungle. Peeta is using a machete to kind of chop through the foliage. And at the last second, Katniss realizes she sees that little bit of shimmer that Beetee and Wyrus are telling her about that lets her know there's a force field there. And she goes, Peeta, wait! But before she can get it out, he hits it with the machete and he gets thrown back and electrocuted. So Peeta's basically dead right now at this point in time. Peeta is dead. Finnick starts giving him mouth to mouth and CPR to try to revive him. Katniss thinks Finnick is killing him for half a second because of who she is as a person. That's always where her mind goes. It's very funny to me, but I'm sure traumatizing to her. Katniss is like a crying, screaming, snotting mess because she thinks Peeta is dead or dying. But Finnick manages to revive him, and Peeta is alive. This is also the moment where Finnick realizes that Katniss is definitely, for sure, 100% not faking it, in love with Peeta. Katniss still does not know this, and will not until the epilogue of Mockingjay. Just like last year, the first thing that we are is thirsty, dehydrated, and so we are on the lookout for some water. The ocean is salt water, so obviously can't drink that, but they see these little creatures with kind of like sharp teeth and long bills, and they are alive, so there has to be water somewhere that they are getting. Haymitch sends down this object. They have no idea what it is. They spend a while trying to figure it out, and then Katniss realizes that it's a spile. She's seen it before to get maple syrup out of trees. So they put it into the tree, and water comes out. Before the night ends, Katniss hears 12 gongs. You know, it's not the cannons that normally go off when someone dies. It's just 12 gongs. She has no explanation for this. It just is really weird to her. None of our main characters interact with any of the other tributes that get murdered that day, but we do know, based on the projections in the sky, that besides the man from 5, the unnamed male from 6 has died. Both of the District 6 victors were called the Morphlings. They basically, after their games, became addicted to morphling, which is the Hunger Games way of saying morphine. So they're very out of it and spacey for the entirety of the games, and they're not very coherent. We also have Woof, this old man from District 8, whose picture is very funny to me. The female tribute from 8, Cecilia, as well. Both tributes from 9, the woman from 10, and the woman from District 11. And that is the end of day 1 of the 75th Annual Hunger Games. This is where we are. I've combined day 2 and 3 into one blurb because a lot happens and it's nighttime, but things are still happening, and we don't really ever stop what we're doing in between these two. Katniss has agreed to stay up and keep watch, and she sees this really terrible thunderstorm raging off in the distance, but it doesn't come any closer. It seems to be very contained. They do hear a cannon go off, though, so they know it's deadly. Also, while she's keeping watch, she notices this fog coming in, and it's creeping in this super unnatural way. She's trying really quickly to wake the others up, but before she can, it gets to her and it stings and burns, and it causes her skin to bubble up like crazy. It's basically poison. The 4 of them, being Katniss, Peeta, Mags, and Finnick, are trying to run, but it's also like affecting them neurologically, so they can't really walk or move in the way that they normally can to get away quickly. So it's becoming impossible. They're like hobbling along and they're not making it. This is another point where I will remind you again, in the book, PETA is missing a leg. PETA is down a leg in the book. This is the third time I've said it because this is the third time it's kind of been important to make him seem like a not, because he was so strong, right? He's so strong in the first book, and then he keeps doing these little things in this one where it's like, why is he now like the weakest man alive? It's because he's missing a leg. Not that that makes anyone weak, but it does have some limitations, but he has both in the movie, so it's kind of just like we power capped PETA for no reason in the movie. I mean, technically he was like legally dead for a second 24 hours ago, so that is also a good excuse, but the leg one is better. Anyway, they're trying to get everyone along. It's impossible for Finnick to carry or get both PETA and Mags to safety. So, Mags, who is mute, by the way, we don't know why. We do kind of know why now, but at this point we don't know why. She gives Finnick a hug and a kiss, and she walks into the fog voluntarily and sacrifices herself for PETA. I am sorry, Mags. You were very kind, old lady. Katniss is like, why the hell would she do that? Finnick is obviously devastated by this. I think that he probably views Mags as a bit of a mother figure, but they have to keep moving. They find a pond of water, and while it hurts like hell, going in it helps draw the poison out of their skin, so they have to do it. They force it to happen. He decides this is probably a good time to tap a tree for water since they just did so much exertion, and Katniss notices above him there is a big old monkey in a tree. Now that sounds like my worst fucking nightmare. I hate monkeys. They freak me out. It's like the uncanny valley, but for animals. It's too human, but it's not human. And they make me want to throw up. When I worked at an Office Depot, story time. When I worked at an Office Depot, there was this man, and I guess he had a pet monkey, and he brought that monkey into that Office Depot. Oh my God. It had a yellow t-shirt on. This is burned into my brain. I'm scarred for life. It had a yellow t-shirt on. Its arms were so long. I could throw up thinking about it. Its arms were so fucking long. And it was using its weird little human-like fingers to grip onto the edge of my copy and print counter. Ugh. Ugh. Terrible. Terrible. What a terrible, terrible thing. Why would anyone want that? I don't like looking at them. I don't like monkeys. Anyway, the monkeys are obviously mutations, and they start attacking all three of them. They're able to fight them off really well at first, but they just keep multiplying, and they're starting to get overpowered. PETA is like tackled by one. PETA is, again, about to die. Second time in like a day. He's really struggling this time around. I guess he was kind of struggling the first time too. Katniss is always saving his life, but he's okay with it, and that's why he's good. But before the monkey can like rip PETA's face off, because that's what fucking monkeys do because they're scary and crazy and terrible, the morphling from District 6 pops out of this tree that she was hiding in and gets the monkey off of PETA and sacrifices herself for him, just like Mags did, which is weird. She dies on the beach. There's this very sweet moment that happens where PETA is kind of like telling her to like look up at the sunset while she's dying. She's been mauled by a monkey, so it's a little gruesome. And he's like talking to her about the colors and the sunset. It's just very nice. It's very sweet. PETA's just so good. He's just so good. He's just so good. We don't deserve him. Finnick keeps watch that night, and they wake up to a gift. It's skin ointment because they're covered in terrible, terrible scabs from the poison fog. And there's also some bread that looks like it's very typical District 4 bread that they've also been given. And Finnick is being like really territorial over the bread. Like he's grabbing it away. He's refusing to share. Katniss is like, I fucking get it, dude. The bread is from your district. You can have the bread. Chill out. At like exactly 10 a.m., they're looking across and they see this huge tidal wave come up and just sweep up. They hear someone scream and then they die. We don't know who it is at this point yet. A little bit of time passes, and then Finnick, Katniss, and Peeta find Joanna on a beach with Wyrus and Beetee. All three of them are covered in blood but are not injured. Joanna is very overwhelmed, and she's being a little mean to Wyrus because Wyrus is a little kooky and she's kind of just repeating the same thing over and over again. And Katniss, who doesn't like Joanna, is like, hey, can you stop being mean to her, please? And Joanna goes, I got them for you. Shut up. And Katniss is like, for moi? Who? What? What do you mean for me? Why is everybody being so fucking weird about me and Peeta? What's going on? Wyrus is fully in shock from the blood rain. We've discovered it's blood rain. And so she's just repeating the words TikTok over and over again. She's ahead of her time. She predicted the social media phenomenon. This goes on for a while. They're kind of all in the ocean trying to wipe the blood off of them, getting to just like have a normal conversation a little bit. And then Katniss realizes why Wyrus is saying TikTok over and over again. We realize in this moment that the arena is a clock. The dividers in the sand are different sections. The reason why it feels like everything hits a wall and can't go forward into something else is because only the thing can occur in its section at a certain time, and it cannot happen any other time, and it cannot creep into another section. It's completely segmented. They all make their way back to the cornucopia in the center so they can kind of get a lay of the land and figure out exactly what's going on. In the book, Katniss is referring to Wyrus as their little canary, which I think is cute, like in a coal mine, and District 12 is the manager. You get it, you get it, you get it. They're all talking, and Wyrus is still kind of incessantly saying TikTok over and over again, but then I think the way that Susan Collins wrote this is very good, which is why I'm bringing up the canary thing. Katniss is like, I realized that our canary has stopped singing. Katniss turns just in time. She sees Gloss, the male from District 1, kill Wyrus. Wyrus is dead. After Wyrus is killed, everyone starts going kind of a little crazy, fighting each other, and the game makers do not like that they have figured out the trick of the arena, so they start spinning the cornucopia while everyone is on it to disorient them so they don't know which section is which, because they had started to decode that as well. After everyone's disoriented, the conflict kind of fizzles out and they all head back into the jungle. They make their way back into the jungle, and then Finnick and Katniss get stuck in a section with Jabberjays. Jabberjays are half of what Mockingjays were. They were made by the Capitol to spy during the first rebellion, and they're not really used at all anymore widely because the people in the rebellion ended up using it against the Capitol. But they're using them in the arena because the Jabberjays have been programmed with the sounds of their loved ones screaming out for help. It's psychological warfare. Katniss realizes that Finnick keeps calling out for someone named Annie, and she kind of puts it together in her head that that must be the redhead that Mags volunteered for in District 4, and he must be in love with her. We don't know much about Annie at this point in time. That's all that we know. After the hour is up, the torture of the birds automatically ends, and then everyone kind of settles down near the beach. And then Peeta and Katniss are having some alone time, and he's like, I know what you're doing. And he is trying to convince her to stop trying to save him. He says that he doesn't have anyone that's counting on him, that relies on him. And he shows her the inside of his necklace, which is a picture of her mother, her sister, and even fucking Gale. Oh my god. We don't deserve him. We don't deserve Peeta Mellark. We don't deserve him. There's also this really cute thing where he's like, nobody needs me. And she's like, I need you. Yeah, but you're not in love with him. Sure, girl. Yeah, no, that. Yeah. No, 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 no. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, yeah. No, you're not. No, you're not in love with him at all. You're not. You're not. You're not. You're not. You're so not. It's so fine. Then they kiss. But this time it's like real, you know? There's no one watching it. They're not really trying to keep up a pretense. It's a real and actual kiss. And she talks about how it makes her like feel things. And she says there's like this hunger attached to it, which is wild. And she didn't say any of that when she kissed Gale earlier. I'd just like to point that out really quickly. All right, so that's kind of the combo of day 2 and 3. So let's go over who has died. They kill Gloss in the cornucopia that day when they killed Wyrus as well. Kashmir from District 1 has also died. I believe she was the one that got killed by the wave. Don't quote me on that. We also lost the female from 5 on this day. And Joanna's district partner in 7 was killed by the blood rain that she saved Wyrus and Beatty from. She says this really kind of like sweet thing where she's like, he wasn't much, but he was home. And I just think that's a nice kind of humanizing moment for Joanna because we don't get a lot of those for her. Beatty has thought of what is, in his mind, a surefire way to kill the careers. So the plan is to take this spool of copper wire that he's been holding on to that he got from the cornucopia and he's been fiddling with it for a few days. His plan is to drag that wire down to the beach, connect the other end of it to the tree in the section that has the big storm because it gets struck by lightning on that hour every single time. They're going to try to get everyone down on the beach so that when the careers are standing on the wet sand, they'll all get electrocuted the same way. This is Volts, this is electric guy. I think he won his games with something electric as well. And then we know some more things about him since Sunrise on the Reaping, but you'll have to wait on that one. Katniss is very wary of this plan. It's not her favorite because it is genuinely insanely convoluted. Like, if you had a hard time keeping track of that, that's fine. I think everyone does. It doesn't really make a lot of sense, but there's not really another option because they're trying to end it quickly. So Beatty starts delegating out for his plan. Katniss and Joanna, Katniss still does not like Joanna, are told to take the spool of wire down to the beach and like unravel it all the way back up to the tree. Katniss hates this plan because it will separate her from Peeta, and that's the person she actually cares about and wants to protect. She does it anyway, and they're on their way down to the beach with the wire, but then all of a sudden it's not pulling anymore, and they realize that someone has cut it. The last 2 careers that are left, besides Finnick, because I don't count him as a career. What a dirty word to call him. The 2 careers that are left come after them. They have cut the wire. Joanna throws Katniss on the ground, hits her over the head to try to knock her unconscious, and then starts digging around in her arm and cutting her arm open. Katniss is like, I fucking knew it. I couldn't trust this bitch. She's the worst. She's gonna kill me right here, right now. I can't do anything about it. I'm dead. Peeta's dead. Everything's over. Great. Hate that bitch. Everyone should have listened to me. I knew I shouldn't have trusted her. She's wrong. But we'll get to that. Joanna just like runs off and disappears. Katniss, stubborn, forces herself up from the ground and she's trying to find Peeta. She's just like very loudly screaming his name, which is a bad idea, but she's lost a lot of blood, so we'll give her a pass. She also can hear Finnick calling out for both her and Joanna in the distance. She finds the end of the wire that was cut, and she's able to kind of use that to find her way back to the tree where they started. Beatty is like passed out on the ground, twitching. She decides that he probably like tried to stick his knife in the force field to kind of cause a jolt of electricity since everything was kind of falling apart and it didn't work. So he's out of it. He's down for the count. He's not dead, but he's not really alive either at this point. She's still calling out for Peeta, but Finnick is the one who appears. She doesn't trust anyone anymore. She barely trusted them to start with, and then Joanna just stuck a knife in her arm and covered her with blood. So she's like, oh, I'm gonna fucking kill Finnick. That's what I'm gonna do right now. Right now, what I'm gonna do is kill Finnick. So she raises her arrow, and then Finnick like raises his arm up with the bangle on it, and he's like, remember who the real enemy is, and she doesn't kill him. Thank God. What she does instead is take the wire that's laying on the ground, wrap it around the end of her arrow. She points it up, she aims, and she shoots the arrow connected to the wire right into the force field, and everything starts exploding. The game feed is cut. Everything is kind of a wreck. She obviously gets like electrocuted, passes out on the ground, and then we just see her being lifted up in one of the cranes that they use to get the tributes. And that's the end of the 75th annual Hunger Games. Let's figure out what the aftermath of that is. Oh, I guess I guess at some point these bitches died. I don't know when. It's not important. It's fine. Well, shit. Well, that was crazy, right? Full transparency, I film the parts with this board, then I take this all down and put the other board up. So I have not filmed the game part yet. But damn, that was crazy, huh? That was crazy. Katniss just wakes up in a hovercraft. She is not sure where she is. Beady is in a bed beside her. Her immediate thought is, I'm going to get this syringe with some liquid in it. I don't know what it is. And then I am going to go find PETA and I'm going to kill him so he can't be tortured by the Capitol. She's so sane and normal. What a sane and normal girl she is. Instead of finding PETA, she comes up to a door and she hears familiar voices talking behind it. She is ready to go in attacking. She opens the door. It is Haymitch and Finnick and Plutarch Heavensby. What the fuck? All in there. She goes to attack, and then Haymitch wrestles her to the ground. After they get her kind of handled as best as you can handle her, they start to explain to her what has happened. As soon as the quarter quell was announced, a plan was formulated. Districts 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 11 all had various levels of knowledge of this plan. Plutarch has been working from within Panem's government for years. He was in on the plan since the beginning, and he made sure that the wire was present in the arena so that it could be used to blow it up. All of that bread that Finnick was being super possessive about while they were trying to eat food was code, and it was telling them what time and day everything was going to go down. That's why he was being so obsessive counting it. And lastly, and most importantly, District 13 is real, and they are headed there now. After she's told all this, Katniss realizes that Haymitch was never planning on making PETA a priority. He lied to her when he agreed, and she lunges at him. She scratches his face all up, and then she's sedated. And Finnick is like, hey, they'll keep him alive for collateral. Sir, you're not helping. Dude, hey, love you, mean it. You're not helping. When Katniss wakes up, she is being visited by Gale. I know, but he kind of ate with this one little thing. I gotta give him that. He tells her that District 12 was bombed really badly and there was a lot of damage, and she has a lot of questions about if they can go back, what they can do. And he says, Katniss, there is no District 12. End of book. Mic drop. I just got these though, so I'm not gonna actually drop it on the ground. Damn. Damn. What a fucking story. As you can see, there are so many characters in this goddamn movie slash book, so we are just going to jump right into it. Mockingjay is the third book in the original Hunger Games trilogy, third and final book, and it was split into two movies because that's what they were doing with movies at the time. I say at the time, it's happening literally right now. They were released in November of 2014 and 2015, I believe. The only good thing about having a birthday that happens near Thanksgiving is that all of the fun movies come out then. All right, so I know that normally I start these off with a little breakdown of each of the characters on the board, but there are 28 of them, so I'm not going to. We're just going to talk about them as they arrive. The first thing I need to tell you is that the book and movie start in a little bit of a different way. I think this is mostly because in the movie you would have to be doing a really long flashback to part the information in the same way that they do in the book, and that's really not great for visual medium. So they put a part at the beginning where Katniss is in the hospital after the events that just happened after the quarter quell, and she sees Finnick, and you can tell that she's still upset with Finnick. In the book, we start right in District 12, which is where we go right after that scene in the movie. So let's just start there. Katniss is standing in the rubble of District 12. The Capitol has firebombed everything except the Victor's village. She walks out. There are dead bodies everywhere, honestly. She even kicks a skull as soon as she gets off the hovercraft. It's very traumatizing. The first voice we hear belongs to one Gale Hawthorne. Now, I know. He is in this book a lot more than the others, and so I've decided that I am going to try to be nice. If I start off really vengeful and angry with him, where will we go from there? We'll have nowhere to go from there. So I'm going to be nice, and I will only become mean if absolutely necessary. And I'm going to start early. I'm going to give him his props. Katniss wants to go down to 12 on her own, and Gale lets her and does not push the issue. That's very good for him to do. We learned specifically that about 90% of District 12 did not survive the Capitol's bombs. Only 800 people made their way to District 13, which is where everyone is living now. Now, District 13, let's discuss. I know I talked about it in my very first Hunger Games video, but that was a very long time ago, so I will do you the service of telling you about it a little bit again. The thing about 13, though, is that they are very regimented. Like, they will print schedules on their arms every single day, and the leader of 13, Alma Coin, is not my favorite person. She honestly kind of rivals Gale just a little bit. Not a lot, but a little. It's a different kind of hate. Katniss very much blames herself for the fact that District 12 was bombed, and I do understand this impulse in this case because in ways, honestly, maybe yes, but I still think it's not productive to be blaming yourself for it. Okay, something really nice about Gale is that he is credited with single-handedly getting everyone that did get out of District 12 out of District 12. That's so good. That's so great that he saved all of those lives. I hope he doesn't do anything later to completely negate that. But yay, I'm being nice. Katniss is really absorbing all of the death and destruction, and she's about to get back on the hovercraft, but before she leaves, she's able to go back into her old house. She takes a few things with her. She takes her father's hunting jacket, her mother's wedding photo, the book her and Peeta were working on with all of the plants in it, and also Prim's cat, Buttercup. I love this fucking cat so much. Oh my god, what a cutie. Katniss, on the other hand, hates that fucking cat so much. Oh my god, what a terrible piece of shit. That's what she would say, not me. Katniss is about to leave the room and get back on the hovercraft when she starts smelling roses. You know where I'm going with this. She looks over on her dresser, and in a vase of dried up flowers, she finds one pristine, completely kept rose. She gets back on the hovercraft. She tells no one about this, not even Gale. It's traumatizing. In the movie, while all of this is happening and throughout the whole thing, they do add some scenes of Snow because how can you not? He's such a good villain. It's mainly like things of like unsettling things in the district, a lot of harsh punishment that he's enacting, his little like quips about what his plans are. It doesn't change the story at all, though, in any case. The first thing Katniss does when she gets back to 13 is go back to the compartment that she shares with her mother and sister. She gives Prim the cat. They're like, they're not going to let you keep this cat. And she's like, just hide the cat. That night at dinner, everyone is eating, and then the TV comes on with an announcement from the Capitol. And on the TV, Caesar Flickerman is interviewing Peeta Millar. Peeta was presumed dead up until this point in time. We're just hoping that he's alive, and now that hope has been founded. He's alive and secure, but why is he being interviewed with Caesar? He looks well. He doesn't look like he's being starved. He looks fine. He seems to be doing okay. I think seems is the key word here, but others might not agree. Peeta is going to great lengths to defend Katniss to Caesar and therefore the rest of the Capitol. He's very adamant that Katniss didn't know what was happening, had no idea of the revolution, and didn't know what she was doing when she shot her arrow into the force field, which is true. All of those things are true. It's what happens next that kind of sours him in the eyes of all of the rebels in 13. Peeta ends up calling for a ceasefire. I think that there are in ways merit to this, but Katniss is kind of aware that at this point there is no going back. They would be relentlessly punished by the Capitol if they were to do anything else. As soon as Peeta calls for this ceasefire, Katniss can hear everyone else in the dining hall start to get very upset and restless. They start calling Peeta a traitor, and Katniss runs out of the room. Gale follows her. I hope he handles this well. Now, Katniss is feeling a lot of conflicted feelings right now, because she is glad that Peeta is alive and well, but also knows that this is probably going to end poorly for him and knows that there can in no way be a ceasefire. When Gale gets to her where she's sitting outside in the book, we also learn that their friendship has gone back to normal and Gale has not pushed the issue of him being in love with her, which genuinely, zero snark. I'm very glad. I am glad to see that he is in ways growing and maturing as one should do. I fear we'll backslide. I know we'll backslide. I've listened to the whole book this week before I did this. I know we'll backslide. But right now, I am very proud of him. Gale remarks that everything Peeta is doing, he is probably doing in order to keep Katniss safe, which is when Katniss first makes the connection that even though there is a revolution and no Hunger Games happening, everything that's transpiring is basically just the lead up to the 76th annual Hunger Games. We're still in the arena. While Katniss is kind of reckoning with all of this, she also decides that she must become the Mockingjay. When Katniss gets back to the compartment, she kind of has a nice moment with Prim late into the night when she can't sleep. She's feeling nervous about being the Mockingjay, doesn't really know what it entails, and feels apprehensive. And Prim is like, they need you really badly. You could ask for anything and they would give it to you. You should just ask them to pardon Peeta. Katniss is like, that is a great fucking... Well, why didn't I think of that? That's a great idea, Prim. Thank you so much. So the next morning, it's time to go down to command to meet with both Snow and our dear friend Plutarch. Katniss gives her demands, which include a pardon for every victor, the ability to go hunt, and Prim gets to keep her cat. At first, Snow gives her pushback for this, but then Katniss kind of goes into her mode. I don't know why I did that. I didn't like that at all. And Plutarch's like, that's it. That's exactly what we're looking for. That's the Mockingjay right there. So eventually, Coin agrees to do this, but Katniss also says that Coin must announce it publicly to everyone that there will be a pardon. Because the thing about Coin is that she's a little slimy. She's just got that air about her, you know? She's a little slimy, a little slippery. She seems very calculated and a little conniving. So Katniss knows that if she doesn't get her to publicly announce it, it will be very easy for her to renege on the deal. Because Katniss is smart and can see when she's being played by manipulative people. I don't like Coin. Okay, there's a kind of big thing that happens right here that's very different from the book and the movie. So in the book, Plutarch takes Katniss down into the prison system below 13, and they find her prep team chained up, obviously badly beaten. It seems they've been starved, and Katniss is appalled by this. How could the officials in 13 be treating people this way just because they're from the capital? They haven't done anything wrong. How are they any better than the capital if they're doing stuff like this? In the movie, Plutarch goes to get Effie, and she's not really being held prisoner. She's just become a shut-in, and he literally says, "You're not a political prisoner," and then she agrees to help Katniss. I understand the impulse, because when you have Elizabeth Banks, you use Elizabeth Banks. However, I wish they hadn't erased the whole thing about 13 being just as cruel. I think that it makes the payoff at the end be not as worth it. I'm not going to spoil it. We'll get there. And I think that it's really good commentary on like what makes someone a villain. And I wish that that had been able to be put in the movie, but I understand why it wasn't. Another thing that isn't super important that happens some is that because Effie is given a much bigger part in the movie, she's like not in the book at all. Some things that other characters do have been given to her. It's not important and it doesn't really affect anything, so I probably won't make note of it unless it's like glaring. At this point, Katniss is given a sketchbook, and in it she sees designs for a Mockingjay outfit, and she instantly knows that this was drawn by Cinna. Cinna is very obviously dead. I don't think any of us thought that he survived whatever happened to him right before the Quarter Quell. But he made all of these designs before he died and didn't want them to be shown to her until she agreed on her own to become the Mockingjay. The thing about one of Katniss's conditions being that she's allowed to go hunt is not in the movie. I really only brought it up because her and Gale are gonna start being really passive aggressive to each other again. And most of that starts in the woods when they're hunting. So Gale is like, I don't understand why you care so much that Coin was like holding your prep team
captive, they hate you. And Katniss is like, I think it's maybe a bit more complicated than that, bud. And he's like, no, I don't think so. But I'm not trying to argue. You know what? Doubt. Something about me doubts you're not trying to argue, but I digress. Katniss refuses to take his hand for help to get off the ground, and just like that, the tension has returned. We're being passive aggressive. The girls are fighting. I feel like I'm almost free. Mind you, we have known Peeta is alive for less than 24 hours, and we're already starting to act this way. So, could it be possible that our relationship only improved because we felt there was no competition because someone was dead? I don't know. I am being nice. So after they get back from that, it's time for Coin to make the public announcement that all of the victors will be pardoned. Everything goes well. In the movie, they kind of expand upon the dynamic between Coin and Plutarch, and I think that's very fun because they are very much foils of each other. So exploring that adds some good comedic bits between them and also shows worldview differences in a very big way. One thing that Katniss was not expecting is that Coin adds this caveat in the middle of her speech where if Katniss does not fulfill all of her duties as the Mockingjay, the deal can be rescinded at any point in time. The thing is that it's not really clearly laid out what it means, so if Coin wanted to, at any point in time, she could simply be like, I don't think you're doing that well enough. You're not the Mockingjay anymore, and I'm killing Peeta. And Katniss has a problem with that. Now that Katniss has agreed to be the Mockingjay, we are in the process of making her over. In the book, Prep Team's doing this. Movie, it's Effie. One thing that gets explored more in the book that I wish I could have seen in the movie is the dynamic between Gale and Coin. They are, you could say, two sides of the same coin. Lame. Gale agrees with Coin on everything, even to Katniss's detriment. She'll be like, I don't understand why he always has to agree with Coin. I really just want to feel like he understands me. And I don't know either. Maybe because he's like an idiot. I don't know. No, I'm being nice. After she's all dolled up, she's sent down to Special Defenses, which is where we see Beetee again for the first time. Beetee is now in a wheelchair. I do not know exactly what circumstance landed him there. I can't really think of an injury that would lead to it, but it's okay. It's very high tech in there, and while they're there, Beetee gives Katniss her new bow and arrow, which works mostly like a regular bow and arrow. The best thing about it is that the arrows are special. So you have the regular arrows, but then you also have incendiary arrows. They light on fire. And explosive arrows, so she can do a lot more damage and do a lot more shit with them. So now Katniss is suited up. She has her weapon. She is sent down into the studio to start recording propos, which is what Plutarch calls propaganda films. Here's the thing. Our dear, sweet Katniss. Dear, sweet, sweet Katniss cannot act for shit. It's bad. It's clunky. It's weird. It's impersonal. It's just bad. It's bad. You start to hear Haymitch slow clapping, and then he comes out and is like, and that is how a revolution dies, because he's a little shit. Haymitch pulls everyone aside and is like, okay, brainstorming session. Name right now one time that you were genuinely moved by Katniss, not because Peeta made you like her. Ooh. He's got her there. And everyone starts listing some stuff, and the main through line with all of them is that they were moments where she was being authentic and no one was telling her what to do. So then the idea is proposed that a film crew follow Katniss around. We send her into combat zones that aren't really active combat zones to get real field footage of her to use to make these films. Coin is very hesitant, but she does agree. So she is sent into District 8 with a crew. We'll get into who's there in a second. District 8 was bombed that very morning, but because of that, they're thinking nothing else is going to happen that way, so everyone suits up and gets ready to head that way. Now, who all is there in 8? Great question. I'd love to answer it for you. We have, obviously, Katniss. Gale is accompanying her, and then Cressida
is the director of all of the propos that Katniss will be doing. She is a very cool person. And then she has her crew. Castor and Pollock are her cameramen, and then Masala is kind of just like her assistant director, I would say, in a way. And so they are going with her everywhere out in the field. When they get to 8, they are greeted by Commander Paler, who decides that she's going to take them into their makeshift hospital so that they can meet the patients there. Katniss doesn't really like this idea. She thinks it's bad. She knows that this is not really her strong suit, like the comforting, kind words. That was always Peeta's thing. But she decides to try it anyway. A little tidbit. While they're walking in, Gale's like, "You sure you want to have all these people in one place?" And Paler's like, "Anyway." Because what else is she supposed to do? Leave them into the street to die? Like, yeah, maybe it's not a strategic advantage, but what is the alternative there, Gale? Do you think before you speak? Oh, no. No. Nice. Gale has such a strategic mind, and I'm so glad he puts it to good use. Moving on. They go in. Katniss is very almost standoffish and on guard, but everyone is very nice to her, and they are also moved by her. And this is a moment where she starts to realize just how much effect she does have. They want to know all about her. This is also where we kind of drop the tidbit that because Peeta made up the baby story, she is kind of adding in that she lost the baby. It isn't true. The baby wasn't real, but that's kind of the cover that they're giving to not make Peeta seem like a big fat liar, because that's not what he needs right now, because everybody's already kind of miffed at him. Now, this hospital is packed, filled to the brim with wounded people. They have so many wounded in District 8. Katniss takes her time to speak to as many of them as she can, and then as they're headed back to the hovercraft, the siren bombs start to go off because the Capitol is leading another offensive. None of the bombs seem to really be falling on Katniss, though, and that's when they realize that they're bombing near the hospital. So Katniss and Gale break away from the rest of the squad. They disobey direct orders because that's who Katniss is as a person. And they go up on a roof and they start shooting arrows at the Capitol hovercrafts, and they do manage to take a couple down. But then the Capitol directly bombs the hospital. And the roof caves in, and it's all on fire, effectively trapping everyone inside, and there will be no survivors. Cressida gets her camera out, records Katniss in the moment. She's feeling very emotional. This is where she works the best, and Katniss gives a very impassioned speech. This is where her very famous line, "If we burn, you burn with us," comes from. Fire is catching, all of that. This is a very wonderful part, and Katniss is very good at what she does in the moment, and Haymitch was, of course, right, because he knows her well. Okay, I do think, real quick, gonna scooch on over. I do think we maybe need to have a bit of a conversation. Everybody settle in. These events should feel familiar to you if you're paying attention. I think that for the movies, and ideally I'm going to be like showing you pictures and videos from the movie and the set right now, the filmmakers went through like painstaking work to create a realistic atmosphere where the terror and the grief is almost palpable. Looking at these clips, you can see the way that the Capitol overstepped and performed just unjustly cruel acts against innocent civilians for no reason. Against the wounded, against people that were helpless, had no way of fighting back, would not be able to do anything to ever rise against the Capitol again at this point. And something that I would like for you to know is that I actually have not been showing you pictures and video from the Mockingjay set. I am showing you pictures and video of Gaza. Here's the thing. You cannot read these books, watch these movies without getting it. It's blatant. It's verbatim. It is a ruling government that wants nothing more than to subjugate an entire group of people by any means necessary, with the murder of civilians, the wounded, children. They do this indiscriminately, and we have to talk about it. It can feel so big and scary and helpless, especially here in America, where there's already so much going on within our own borders, to then be worried about a genocide that's happening on the other side of the world. But we have to care because our government is one of the chief funders of the Israeli offensive, and I can only see that number increasing under our current president.
Hi, editing me. Obviously, this situation has progressed exponentially since I filmed this video. I hope I'm not the one to break this news to you on this YouTube video, but the U.S. has become directly involved in this conflict, which Israel escalated to include Iran, and now we have directly bombed Iran. So I say all this and I mention it because I'm about to talk about some stuff that in comparison to what's happening right now might seem a little passive, but just know at the time that I filmed this, it was not to this level of a problem. But I think that a lot of it still applies, so I'm leaving it in. But I do just want you to know that I know that things are worse now. Back to me.
And I don't say all of that to sound preachy. The thing is that I also do not have a snap your fingers and everything's okay solution. What I can do is provide you with resources. So I have put a couple links in the description. These will contain ways of like how to contact your lawmakers to make sure that they know that you don't support that as one of their constituents. Links to charities will probably also be available in the description, and even ways to like talk to people that you know about this issue. I don't really have anything else to say to put a perfect little button on this, but I did feel like it was important to talk about because what just happened in this book is a page right out of the handbook of how Israel has been acting with Palestine. And I think you can't engage in this specific media and just be complicit. I think that you can't do that. I think you have to do whatever you can. And I am just some bitch on the internet, so it's not like I'm storming the castle. But I can talk about it. I'm really good at talking for long extended periods of time, obviously. And I can use what I have available to me and use the resources that I'm providing you as well. I plan on also using them to do things. I'm in Georgia, so I don't really have super receptive lawmakers except for senators, but I can do my damnedest. I can try my hardest. Essentially, if what I just described in this book enraged you and filled you with a mix of unspeakable emotions, what's happening in the real world in Palestine should fill you with the same emotions, and you should be enraged, and you should want to do something about it. Let's get back into it. So they're able to leave 8 pretty much unscathed, and later that night they are eating dinner when, just like the first time, all of a sudden Caesar Flickerman is on the screen interviewing PETA again. But PETA does not really look like PETA anymore at this point. He is obviously weak. He has lost a lot of weight. He looks like he's starving. He's looking a little rough around the edges. Maybe they're starting to beat him. Katniss isn't sure, but she knows that something is wrong. And he changed so quickly. He speaks directly to Katniss for most of this interview, and he's like, do you really trust the people that you're working with? The thing is that the answer is like a resounding no, to be honest. She doesn't trust Coin. She honestly is pretty up in the air about Gale at this point, but she also knows that PETA isn't correct. And then she can look at him now and she's like, well, obviously he's saying whatever he needs to say because they're hurting him badly. In the book, it's just Finnick and Katniss watching the TV alone when that interview comes up, and it sets in motion a really big fight between her and Gale. They're being passive aggressive. What the fuck else is new? Because Gale doesn't think that she saw it and doesn't tell her about it either because he's crazy. Katniss is called back to production, and she's told that they're going to go back to District 12 to film some more propos. They spend most of the time that they're there talking to Gale about the rescue because Katniss is feeling a little numb to the world after seeing PETA in that state. They do get some good footage of her, though. They're all hanging out by the lake in District 12, and Pollux,
who it is important that you know that he is an Avox. If you don't recall, an Avox is someone who gets punished by the capital and has their tongue taken out. So he can't speak, but he kind of like signs in a way. I don't think it's specifically actually American Sign Language, but motions to Katniss that she should sing a song. So then she sings The Hanging Tree. Of course, all of the birds fall silent, just like for her father, the thing that Peeta was always aware of. I'm always going to find a way to romanticize Peeta, even if he is being beaten and bruised by the capital, because he is a sweet boy when he is being himself. Oh, God, wait, I forgot. Okay, while they're in 12, also, Gale and Katniss go back to her house again, and he's like, this is where you kissed me. And she's like, I didn't think you remembered that. And he's like, I could never forget that. And she kisses him again, and he's like, I knew you would do that. She's like, I didn't know I'd do that. He's like, oh, I'm in pain. That's the only time you give me attention. Bitch. I do think there is, honestly, a little bit of merit to what he says. But I think that he is saying it as if it's malicious intent and like she's doing that shit on purpose. And I think that's crazy. I don't understand him. I don't understand him. I will never understand. And I don't wish to. I don't want to be in that brain. Oh my God. Ugh. Like, there is something to be said about the fact that she only shows him physical affection when things are at like critical mass and shit is hitting the fan. But I also think there is something to be said for setting someone up for some big gotcha moment over something so important as that. Like, why are you like exploiting her weaknesses like that? Oh my God, I hate him. No, I don't. No. He's very good. He's very good. Yay, Gale. Yay, Gale. I can't do it much longer. I'm gonna snap in a second. Okay, so some time passes. They're back in 12. Katniss is called to the command center, and she is told that they have been able to take over the Capitol's like TV system, whatever the proper technical word for that is that I cannot remember and cannot be bothered to look up. Because Beatty is a tech guy and he designed the system, so he knows how to infiltrate it, and they are going to show pieces of the propo that they made in 12 later that night. They don't really know exactly what's going to come on the screen, but what they do find is another interview between Caesar and Peeta. And Peeta looks even worse. He is even skinnier. He looks even more frail. It's just really bad. And the way that he looks in the movie is a little horrific, honestly. Beatty is able to cut in with like a very quick second of Katniss singing The Hanging Tree. And it comes back and Peeta's able to see it on a monitor and he's like, Katniss? And you can tell that he's dazed. It almost looks like he's trying to shake himself out of a stupor. Beatty and the Capitol are kind of fighting back and forth for control over the airwaves. Beatty keeps winning. Peeta keeps getting more confused. And he's trying really hard to focus on what they're wanting him to say. But he keeps seeing Katniss and it keeps distracting him. And then at the end of it, it seems like he's fighting against himself almost to like get something out. And at the end of it, he's like, what do you think is going to come of this war? And you in District 13, dead by morning. And then the camera knocks over. You can see that he is being like beaten by the people in the Capitol. It's not good. It's bad. It's not good. And Katniss is like, they're hurting him so bad because they are. The camera cuts abruptly. We're back with just the people in 13. And they're like, so something bad's about to happen. Like immediately, like the Capitol is planning something and Peeta has become aware of it. And he just tried to warn us to the best of his ability given the circumstances, and he was punished greatly for it. Coin's a little like, honestly, really slow on the uptake here. I really wish she could have put some speed into this. She was pissing me off a little bit with just her contemplation. No time for contemplation, but she agrees. They go into a big drill, but it's not a drill, and everyone in 13 is sent down under to a bunker. It's a lot of people going down all at once. Katniss heads straight to the bunker. She's one of the first people to get there. But then her mom shows up and Prim isn't there. And Katniss is like, hello, where is Prim? And her mom's like, I thought Prim was with you. I would ask, why the hell would Prim be with Katniss when Katniss is off doing God knows what all day long? but I will refrain because her mom is trying. Katniss is like, her wheels are spinning. She's trying to figure out where Prim could be. And then she realizes that Prim went to get the stupid fucking cat. So Katniss flies out of the bunker, starts going up the stairs, and Prim is coming down the stairs with Gale. Gale went back up to get her, and they barely make it in, but they do, and then the doors close behind them. And everyone is safe in the bunker, and like a minute later, bombs start raining down from the Capitol onto District 13. Peeta was correct, and he saved all of their lives. I will just say I'm so glad that Gale saved Prim's life. That's like so good of him to do, to save Katniss's sister and always assure that she is safe. I'm so glad that he did that right now, and he will continue to do that for the rest of his life. Right? Right? So basically, just so we're clear, Peeta Mellark just saved every single person in District 13 at great personal cost, fighting against everything that the Capitol was trying to do to him to make that happen, and he is a hero. Y'all got it? Good, just checking. Katniss develops this game with a flashlight and the cat, and everyone's having a good time, and then she kind of realizes something in the middle, and she pulls Finnick to the side, and she's like, Snow is treating me just like this cat. He's dangling Peeta in front of me. How are you surviving this? Because the Capitol has also captured Peeta's love, Annie. She's obviously not being used in the same way. But just the knowledge is enough. The next morning, the bombing has ended. There's obviously been damage to 13 on a very superficial level, but everyone has survived. No one has died. Katniss and Finnick are sent outside to film a new propo for that night. This happens a little bit different in the movie, and I think the movie is much more intriguing, so I'm going to go down that in a second, but the events of the day are basically the same. So Katniss does go outside to try to film a propo, but then she has a breakdown because it's fully hit her that Snow is hurting Peeta to get to her. Peeta is a pawn. He's being used. And she can't handle that anymore, so she kind of like disappears. Haymitch finds her and comes to tell her that they are doing a mission at that very moment to save Peeta and the rest of the victors from the Capitol. They realize that she will not be able to perform as long as he is there, and her performing is the main point, so they've said it's a risk, but we're going to have to take it or we are not going to succeed. And it was a volunteer-only mission, and Gale was one of the first people to sign up. That is genuinely good. I am glad that he did that. So the mission is about to start. Katniss makes her way to the command center to watch what's happening, and she sees that Finnick is outside being filmed by the Propo crew. She's like, what is he doing? And they are choosing to use him as a distraction. So he gets up there and he starts talking. We learn a lot more about Finnick here, and we learn a lot more about Snow here. So Finnick reveals that in the Capitol, the victors are basically sold away to the highest bidder. Snow does this for the reasons that you think. To like assuage their guilt, everyone that was with Finnick would try to give him money and gifts, but he said that he found a much better form of payment was secrets. And he is going to now, on live TV, spill the secrets of a bunch of people in the Capitol, but what matters is Snow. And here is what we learn about good old President Snow. He is a vindictive bitch, that we did know, but he does it in a way that's honestly surprising. Snow has a habit of taking down anyone that opposes him politically or makes him look bad. And the way in which he does this is poison. But in order to not draw suspicion, Snow has to ingest the poison as well. And it does not always go great for him. That's why he bleeds from the mouth, has sores. He always has the rose on his lapel to cover the smell of the blood from the sores in his mouth. Finnick has struck a nerve. The mission is underway, and then all of a sudden, though, the Capitol's defenses start to come back online, and they're worried that everyone doing the mission is going to get caught, so Katniss is like, let me talk to Snow, put me on live right now, let me talk to Snow. This happens in a way that's almost a video call, which I don't really understand how that could be, but I'm going to let it slide because it plays really well. She's going back and forth with Snow. This is where we get a pretty famous part of the movie, and it was used in the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes trailer as well. Snow is kind of being very, like, sassy to Katniss, as he always is. And he's like, remember, it's the things we love most that destroy us. And then he smiles and he's like, remember that I said that. What's that mean? And he's like, sinister look, sinister look. And then he's like, don't you think I know your friends are in the tribute center? And then cuts the feed. What? 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 God, he's such a damn good villain. Oh my God. They don't hear anything for hours. The communication cuts out for everyone that's doing the mission too, so no one is really sure if they're safe. And then eventually, they return. Everyone has made it out. All of the victors have been returned. Gale is safe. Boggs is safe. It was almost too easy. He knew that they were there, could have shot them out of the sky on their way back up, and didn't. And Gale is very like, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know why that would be. So returning with us is Joanna Mason is back. She is now bald. The Capitol shaved her head and also tortured her in a modicum of ways. We also have Enabaria, that lady from 2, unimportant. And, of course, Annie, Finnick's love, is also fine. Her and Finnick run up to each other and embrace, and it's very heartwarming. And then they say that Peeta was affected by the gas, like the other people in the Capitol were, but he's waking up now, and Katniss should be the first one to see him. She's so excited, and she walks into his room. He looks genuinely terrible. Like an upsetting amount of terrible. And then she's like, Peeta. And he looks at her, gets up, walks towards her. She's like, we're going to hug. We're going to reunite. I've missed him so much. This is so great. And instead, he chokes her out to the point to where she almost dies. And Boggs has to hit him over the head and knock him out so he doesn't kill her. What? Katniss wakes up in the hospital. Plutarch, Beetee, and Boggs are there. They are explaining to her what they think has happened to Peeta. So Peeta has undergone what the Capitol called hijacking. So this is when you use Tracker Jacker venom. If you'll remember from the first book, when Katniss was in the arena, she got stung by Tracker Jackers and she had these crazy hallucinations. So they use the fact that the Tracker Jacker venom gives you hallucinations, but they pair it with a fear response. So essentially what they're doing is rewriting all of the memories that Peeta has of Katniss and making it where she is dangerous and trying to kill him so that he will try to kill her. That's why Snow said all that evil shit about it being what we love that destroys us. That's why it was so easy for them to get him out. Snow wanted him sent like a gift to Katniss to kill her, and if not kill her, destroy her from the inside out. And it is working. In the book, we also learn that Peeta's stylist and prep team were executed on live TV the very same night that everything was going on. So this is where part 1 of the movie ends. It's kind of bookended by Coin giving a rousing speech about nothing really in particular, just saying that the mission was successful. Intercut with Peeta thrashing around like a madman strapped to a bed because he's gone crazy, and Katniss like watching him in horror, and then we're cut to credits. No more of that. Since we are done with part 1 and we're heading into part 2, I do just need to make sure that everyone is aware. I think we all know, but between and during the filming of these 2 movies, Philip Seymour Hoffman, who plays Plutarch, unfortunately passed away. So there are some things from this point on that get reworked a little bit It's nothing glaring. There's only one big thing that they change, and it's very obvious that they change it because he passed away. It's near the very end, and I'll let you know when we get there. So they finally take the collar off of Katniss's neck at the start of the second movie. Her vocal cords were so swollen, so she can also barely speak. She really wants to be sent to District 2 to go on a mission. She doesn't want to be here. She doesn't want to be looking at PETA. But they're doing some stuff, and it's kind of helping. They're basically running little experiments, trying to figure out what's going on and seeing if there's anything that will break through to him to kind of lift whatever fog is in his mind. It's a slightly different thing in the book and movie. So in the book, this is Deli Cartwright, their friend from home. In the movie, they use Prim for this. I'll explain what it is, and then I'll talk about that a little bit more. I think it's a little bit of a strange choice. So she goes and she watches through the window, and they send Deli/Prim in to talk to him, and they're having a normal conversation, and it's going well. So it's not everything that's messed up for him. It's just things that specifically involve Katniss. And then he's like, District 12 burned down. And they're like, yes. And then he starts working himself up into a tizzy. And then he's like, it was Katniss. It was Katniss's fault. She's a mutt. She's a monster. And Katniss is like watching him say all of this. And that's when she's like, I would like to go to District 2. Please get me out of here. I cannot watch this happen. This is torturous. This is just very not good. I would like Sweet PETA back, please. I know it's great for the plot or whatever, but I can't handle him being this way. This is not the PETA that I know, you know? And also, this is not good because Katniss already feels like everything is her fault all the time, and this is like the one person that always like comforted her and had nice, kind words for her, and now he is also saying that everything's all her fault and calling her a mutt. And this is very bad. This is very, very bad. Okay, so I said that in the movie they used Prim to talk to PETA, and I thought that was a weird choice. Because if the whole thing is that anything directly connected to Katniss is causing him to freak out, why the hell would you send her little sister in there? That just doesn't make no damn sense to me, personally. I get why they did it, because you don't want to add a bunch of characters for no reason, and then, you know, Prim's a good character to do it. She's very gentle and kind, but I think that would set him off immediately, and it doesn't. And I think that's only just for the, like, movie logic to take place. Anyway, that's all of my tangent on that. So Katniss is being sent to District 2. Gale and Beetee are also in District 2 with her. This is where we meet Lime, who is the commander of District 2. On the hovercraft over there, this happens a little earlier in the book, but it's not important. Katniss hears Gale and Beetee talking about making various kinds of weaponry based off of hunting traps that Gale uses, but then they also start talking about maybe making some things that kind of play off of human emotion. Gale is discussing this idea that he had for a very specific type of bomb. So, a bomb goes off. There is a lull. There is time for medics or people trying to help and get to their loved ones to swarm in towards the bomb victims. And then a second, larger bomb goes off to kill all of those people as well. And Katniss is like, hey, that's fucked. And Gale's like, it's the same thing that Capitol did when they hijacked PETA. Rot in hell. Gale is becoming increasingly more off-putting and unhinged and like radical in a way that is a little bit scary. And this is just kind of the start of that descent down. So they're off the hovercraft. They're in District 2. They have met Commander Lime, who is in charge of 2. She was a victor in one of the past Hunger Games. That's why Katniss recognizes her instantly. The main thing that they're trying to figure out in District 2 is how to get into the one Capitol stronghold. District 2 is the one district that has not turned fully against the Capitol. There is a large rebel presence there, but the Capitol still has control, and its big military base, now that 13 is gone, is located in 2. It is called the Nut. Listen, I know, okay, but we can't blame Suzanne for the way that we talk now, like 12 years ago. That's not her fault. So I'm going to say the Nut a lot for the next few minutes, and y'all are going to have to not be childish about it. I mean, you can be. It is objectively funny, but don't tell me about it. Just laugh to yourself every time I say it, and don't tell me that you're doing it, because I don't want to be perceived saying the nut over and over again, even though I'm about to. I don't want to know that you're. Anyway, not fucking important. I'm going to say the nut a lot. How many times did I just say it? Christ. Gale says some weird shit again. He's like, when I saw PETA yesterday, I had thought something like really selfish. She's like, that you were glad? And he's like, no, that I can never compete with that. Yeah, you're right. That is really selfish. Also, could have been an inside thought. Did we need to share? Did we need to share? I think we didn't need to share, Gale. This isn't in the movie. Thank God I didn't have to see it. But in the book, later that night, her and Gale, like, make out. And Katniss is like, I have resigned myself to never getting PETA back again. You're pissing me off. Girl. You're pissing me off now. What the fuck are you talking about? The willful resignation drives me crazy in this context. I can understand it when it's like you're being sent somewhere to die, but like, you don't know that about PETA. Give my man some time to figure his shit out, okay? And then y'all can be happy if you would just stop kissing fucking Gale. Oh, why would you want to? That's not a knock on Liam Hemsworth. It's nothing to do with any of the actors. It is about Gale's personality and the way he is as a human. Okay, so they're trying to figure out how to break into the nut so that they can take it back. But then Gale's like, what if we didn't take it back? What if we just disabled it? And they were like, okay, I guess that's fine. We've been trying forever to get into it and we can't. So sure, why the hell not? And Gale is like, okay, so let's just like cause an avalanche from the mountain above to come down and block all of the entrances. And then Boggs is like, well, how will they get out? And Gale's like, do they have to? Yes! Yes! Why do you want to kill people all the time, you fucking psycho? They're like, okay, we'll leave the train tunnel open so they can escape. And Gale's like, let's just not leave the train tunnel open. Like, oh, so murder? Like, just some real quick mass murder for fun? Katniss! You let this man kiss you. Oh. Everyone is like, Gale, you're being fucking weird. They don't say that, but I wish they would. Oh my God. And they decide to leave the train tunnel open so that they don't kill people for no reason. The thing is that unfortunately Gale's plan is a good one, sans the fucking murder. So it is very successful and they are able to disable the nut. I think that might be the last time I have to say the nut. Thank God. Hours pass and they're waiting for anyone to come out of the train station and they're thinking that maybe everyone did indeed die inside, even though the train line was left open. But then a train does appear. Katniss is instantly reminded of what it looked like when there's a mining accident, because that's about how everyone coming out of there looks. And she immediately runs to one of these guys and then he pulls out a gun and points it at her head. He's like, give me one good reason why I should not kill you right here. And she's like, I can't. She gives this impassioned speech and then she's like, don't be Snow's slave. And he's like, I'm not his slave. And she's like, I am. That's why I killed Cato and Cato killed Thresh and Thresh killed Clove. It's a cycle and I want it to end. And I just think that's very impactful. She also says in her speech that she did not want to be a piece in his games, which is PETA's line from the first one. PETA! And the speech is very effective and everyone kind of chills out a bit, but then another guy, not the guy near her, still shoots Katniss. Now, luckily, Katniss was given very specialized armor by Cinna and it was bulletproof, so she is not actually shot, but she does have very badly bruised ribs and a bruised lung, and she is back in the hospital when she comes to again. We're living in the hospital at this point. I guess District 13 has socialized healthcare. When she's in the hospital, Joanna Mason comes in. It turns out they're sharing a room together. Joanna comes in, instantly unhooks Katniss from her morphling and gives it to herself because the doctors weaned her off because they noticed she was getting addicted to it. And they have a little bit of a bantery conversation. They still don't like each other that much, but there's definitely respect there. Gale even comes to see her in the hospital, and they're really sweet to each other for like 10 seconds and then they start arguing again. Yeah. No, I think you should definitely argue about the same thing for the 5th time. I think that it will definitely have a different outcome when you do it for the 5th time. Go ahead and try. Be my fucking guest. Go ahead. Order of events is a little flippy in the movie, but it doesn't really matter. Katniss finally goes to see Peeta again, and they're being very catty with each other. But it's not terrible. It just seems very much like a thing where it's like, I think that Peeta's never coming back to be the way that he was. Now, in the movie, they decide to make Peeta really mean again for no reason. I think they could have left this out. I could have lived without hearing him say that he should have given the bread to the pigs instead of her. That's not Peeta. Don't make him say that. You didn't even, that was an active choice that you made to make him say that. That's not in the book. Why would you do that? Why would you do that to us? Francis Lawrence, is that who? I think that's who directed it. They also decided that they're going to throw a wedding for Finnick and Annie because they're in love and have been in love. And, they're going to kind of film it. Plutarch's going to use it to do a propo to kind of show to the rest of everyone else that everyone's still happy. They want Snow to see Katniss dancing. And then very big departure between book and movie here. In the movie, at the wedding, Katniss and Joanna have a conversation where Katniss decides she wants to go kill Snow. And Joanna's like, okay, I'll cause a distraction for you. There is a, plane with aid leaving for the capital tonight. You should sneak on that. And she does. In the book, prolonged training montage type thing happening where Joanna and Katniss are both trying to be able to get into the army. We learn some stuff about Joanna here, though. That's really the only reason I'm mentioning it. She was essentially waterboarded and then electrocuted by the Capitol, and she refuses to shower or anything like that. She can't be near water anymore. There's also this part where they're eating dinner, and all of a sudden Peeta is also in the dining hall, so they're starting to loosen his restrictions, and he's acting really cocky and weird and not like the Peeta he should be acting like if he was going to be Sweet Boy Peeta. I just triggered myself on something really not related to anything happening in this video when I said stats, but it's so fine. We're gonna keep going. Oh, fuck. Peeta starts showing up to the training, which makes her really antsy, because why is this man being given a gun? Question mark. A crazy fucking thing that happens in the book at this point is that after that dinner where Peeta shows up and he is being a little shit, Gale is like, that's so crazy. I recognize that hatred he has for you so well. I used to feel that way. What? You're... You are openly and outwardly admitting that this man who has been hijacked by the Capitol, his mind completely taken over, not his own, hates Katniss because in his mind, she's going to murder him. You feel that same type of way because what? She don't want to date you? Bitch. I heard that when I was listening to this audiobook this week and I was floored. I texted my friends about it. Anyway, book and movie are converging back together again. We have ended up in the Capitol at the actual base, and we're getting ready to go to war. Katniss has been put in a special unit, aka we're going to film you. That's all that's going to happen. And in that unit with her is Gale, Boggs, Jackson, Mitchell, the League twins, and Holmes. When they're there and they realize they're being filmed, that means that also coming along, we now have Cressida, Castor Pollux, and Masala are also all there. So these are all the people that are going into the Capitol with this squad. They have this thing called a holo, and on it they can see a map of where all these pods are, which are basically booby traps that the Capitol has set up to go off if anyone touches them. Finnick. Oh my god, Finnick's there too. so sorry. Finnick is also there. Oh, God. If he wasn't, we could all save ourselves a world of hurt, but he is there. Katniss and Finnick see, like, this big map with all of these booby traps, and they're like, let the 76th annual Hunger Games begin. And now it's time for war. Okay, we are on the move. Well, we're about to be on the move, and then all of a sudden, a van pulls up. It's friendly. It's from the Resistance. Peeta? Yeah, him. Crazy guy over here for now. Get better, please. Is on that van, and he has been added to their squad for propo purposes so they can get footage of him. Boggs, livid. Walks away instantly, makes a phone call. There's nothing he can do. Peeta will be there. He pulls Katniss to the side. He's like, listen, you need to not be trusting anybody because Coin wants to kill you. Why else would she send Peeta there, right? Katniss is a problem for Coin. Katniss is stubborn, she is strong-willed, and she's not going to do what anyone else tells her to do. When the time comes to elect a president of Panem after the revolution is over, whoever Katniss picks will probably win because of the amount of influence that Katniss has. So Boggs is like, would you endorse her? And Katniss is like thinking about it, and he's like, if your immediate answer is not yes, you are a problem and she is going to kill you. That is why she's here. She's done everything that she needs to do. You know, District 2 has finally joined the rebellion. All of the districts are united against the Capitol. So the only thing that Katniss could do now that would benefit the rebel forces is die to become a martyr. So Coin is being really suspicious, and she is definitely seeing if Katniss can just get murdered and become not her problem. Katniss has also decided in the back of her mind, in the way that she typically does, that she is going to break away from everyone else, steal Boggs's hollow, and go looking for Snow to assassinate him. She's very normal and chill and fine and cool. That's why. Gale clocks this really quickly and is like, so I'm coming with you when you do that. And I'll give him that. He does know her well when it comes to things that have to do with fury and rage and nothing to do with who she is as a person. So that's good, I guess. That night, Peeta isn't sleeping. He's constantly handcuffed right now because they don't trust him, which is probably fair and very valid. And he's kind of getting worked up because he's talking to Katniss and he's like, I just don't know what's real. I can't figure it out. And then Finnick is like, ask us. And that's when they develop a game called Real or Not Real, where in which he can ask anything that he wants and everyone answers and tells him whether or not it's a real memory. I think this is very good. He seems very open to it. There's also a moment where Katniss starts kind of listing all the things that she knows about Peeta, and it makes her very emotional because this is news to her. But she is in love with him. Anyway, they've been given a mission that's not really a real mission. It's just to get footage where they are going to go into a part of the Capitol that's already been basically deserted and set off some pods, cause some explosions, get some footage of it, and then be on their merry way. Boggs pulls out his hollow where he can see where all of the pods are and figure out which ones to disengage, what exactly they contain inside them, and he takes a step back to look at it. And he steps on a landmine and blows both of his legs off. Oh, well, fuck, you know? Fuck. No one thought that was going to happen. He's like, Katniss, bring me the hollow, because it kind of flew away from him when he flew off and didn't break him. They're clean off his body, his legs. So she brings him the hollow. He, instead of transferring the security clearance to Jackson, his number 2, like he's supposed to, instead he gives it to Katniss, and he's like, do not trust anyone, kill Peeta if you have to, and do what you came here to do. And then he dies. Yeah, I'm still pulling him off the board. They're trying to find cover, figure out what to do, and they see this huge wave of black, almost an ink-like consistency, a little thicker than that, coming towards them off of another pod. So they run into an apartment building. They're in there. They're trying to get their bearings of what's going on. One of the leagues has been injured by the shrapnel from the bomb. So they are going to stay behind and wait for someone to come evacuate them. They don't have contact with base, but once they get contact with base, they'll send someone for them. Jackson's like, okay, give me the hollow, Katniss. And she's like, excuse me? Give me the hollow. And she's like, I was sent here on a special mission. I have to kill Snow. You know, like a liar. No one told her. That's what she's doing. But she says Coin told her to do that. Coin didn't tell her to fucking do that. So then people are pointing guns at each other. Shit's getting a little crazy. And then Cressida steps between them and is like, it's true. Plutarch wants us to get it on film. And so Jackson kind of like relents and they head off to their next location. Oh, wait, something important. As they're making a run for it, Peeta starts having one of his episodes and he does attack Katniss. He gets pulled off by Mitchell, but Peeta is very strong, if you will recall. We have unpower capped Peeta in this one. And he throws this guy Mitchell off, and Mitchell hits another pod that's like a bunch of razor sharp barbed wire, and he gets tangled up in that and dies. So Squad is on the move. They find their way to another apartment where they decide to rest for the night. Peeta is unconscious. They have sedated him and he's having to be hauled around, so they do have to stop every so often. That night, there's a message on the Capitol TV, and it turns out that they think that everyone in the squad is dead because peacekeepers came instantly and blew up the building after they left. Now, unfortunately, this does mean that both of the League sisters inside are dead. But this is in a way an advantage because they are allowed to move almost like anonymously because no one knows that they're alive. During this time too, Beetee also like cuts in and is able to show Coin kind of lamenting Katniss. In the movie, they add a really nice touch where she's very obviously overacting because she's very matter-of-fact every other time. And Katniss is like, I had no idea she liked me so much. She's being sarcastic because Coin doesn't like her and wants her dead. Everyone's like, what should we do next? And Peeta is like, you should kill me. And everyone's like, I think maybe, any other suggestions? He calls himself a mutt, and they eat some food and settle in for the night. They're not gonna kill Peeta. You can't kill Peeta. Look at him. You can't kill Peeta. He's too sweet. They're trying to figure out what to do because they're going to be detected by cameras if they're out in the open, and then they're going to lose the advantage that they have of being dead. So they realize that Pollux the Avox used to work in the sewers. All Avoxes work down there, actually, turns out. Apparently he worked down there for 5 years, and they had to buy his way out of there. But because he knows the sewers well, they can use him as a guide through the sewers in order to get where they need to go very easily and undetected. So this is a great plan, and they're on their way. Everything is going fine. I just remembered what's about to happen. It really just hit me as I was talking. I don't want to look at who it is too long, but it's about to be really fucking bad. They stop for the night. Katniss is on watch, and she starts hearing this hissing sound, and it being like, and then fucking Peeta starts doing it too. And she's like, that's fucking weird. Everybody wake up. We're going. And she hears this getting closer and closer. And she sees these mutts. They are like these white, humanoid, like almost human, but they can't be. They don't really have the same faces. Their eyes are gone. You know, almost like a fucking monkey. Don't get me started on that again. They're getting closer and closer, and the closer they get, Katniss realizes that they have somehow been, like, infused with the overwhelming smell of roses. Snow is fucking with her still. All of these mutts are programmed to specifically kill Katniss. So they're ripping through people. Any other Avox down in the tunnel, murdered. They're getting really close, and then they have this big confrontation. We find out that Jackson and Holmes had stayed back to kind of push some of them off. Of course, they are now dead. Now all of them are gaining. They're getting bigger and bigger. There's so many of them. They're fighting them off as much as they can. Everyone's trying to make their way up out of the tunnels. And Katniss finally goes up, and Finnick should be right behind her, and then he is overtaken by a huge group of them. And I didn't write it. Really important that you know I didn't write this. But Finnick is dead. Sorry. In that last putsch, Pollock's brother Castor also dies in that same time period. So they make it out, they think they're in the clear, and then oops, another pod. It's this beam of light that like incinerates people, and so Masala is also dead. They run up out of the sewer up onto the street, and Cressida is like, I know somewhere that we can go. There's a safe house over here. So they all run in that direction. So while this is all transpiring, Peeta's kind of doing that thing where he starts losing it a little bit and reality is slipping away from him. And Katniss is like, pull it together, please, pull it together, please, pull it together, please. And then she kisses him and says, stay with me. And he says, always. Peeta's back. Peeta's back. He's back. He's not fully back, but he's back enough for me. So Cressida takes them to this safe house, which is really a shop that is owned by Tigress. Tigress used to be a stylist until Snow decided he didn't like her anymore. There was a lot more lore to Tigress, but I'm not going to tell you it right now. You're going to have to watch the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes video. I don't know why I flipped you off. I'm so sorry about that. I'm trying to finish because my phone's about to die, so I'm talking really quickly now. She has a secret cellar that everyone can be in. Gale has a really bad wound on his neck, so they stitch that up, and everyone's kind of talking. And Katniss is like, I lied about having a mission to kill Snow. And everyone's like, yeah, we fucking know. You're a really bad liar. You can't act, girl. Katniss is like, but all these people died and it's my fault. And they're like, they knew what you were doing the whole time. They just acted like that to make you feel better, I guess, is why they were doing that. They knew. Everyone knew. They think if anyone's going to be able to do it, it's going to be you. And everyone loves and supports you. And Peeta says some nice things to her because he's being Peeta again. Katniss is like half asleep and Peeta and Gale are up later and they're talking to each other. Bad. And Katniss is like, what the fuck? And she's listening. And they're having a conversation and basically like, oh, well, you do this for her. Oh, well, you do this for her. And they're kind of gratifying each other. And then Gale's like, all I know is that she'll pick the person she can't survive without. And he's about to make that decision pretty damn easy. I'll say that for sure. The center of the capital has become basically a refugee center because all of the outer neighborhoods have been slowly taken over and evacuated, so it's crammed full of people. The next morning, they decide that they can't stay there any longer. They should probably get on the move. They're really close to the president's mansion, and they want to go there so that Katniss can kill Snow. Everyone's kind of split up and going separate ways at this point. I believe the film crew is like heading back to 13 because they don't have anything to do with anything else that happens right now, but they're not. Yeah, well, the film crew is just Cressida and Pollux at this point, actually. But they just peace out and go because they don't have anything to do with this. But Peeta is like, I'm afraid I'm going to freak out again. I'm going to go off on my own and figure my shit out. Give me a nightlock pill in case I get captured so I can kill myself. And Gale gives him his pill. Katniss and Gale head towards the president's mansion. They have a conversation. If one of them gets captured, kill the other one, especially since Gale does not have his nightlock pill. They're getting closer and closer, and then stuff starts happening. All of a sudden, there's bullets coming from every direction. There's this very vivid thing in the book about a little girl in a yellow coat because Suzanne Collins is a sadist, and how Katniss is like transfixed on this little girl and then watches her get shot with her family. Cool, Suzanne. So glad you did that to me. And then peacekeepers come up and they get Gale, and he's going, shoot me, and Katniss doesn't do it. In the book, she can't understand what he's saying and then realizes after the fact that he said, shoot me. I don't really know why she doesn't do it in the movie. I guess like a moment of hesitation. I don't really know. I think they probably could have done some a little better than that. Katniss sees this platform, lamppost, either one. It's different. The book and movie doesn't matter. She elevates herself above and sees that all of the Capitol's children have been put inside this like one cement barrier. It's kind of because they're trying to get them out first. It's kind of because it's really good protection for Snow to have a bunch of kids in the way. It's like a human shield because that's just who he is as a person. Katniss is looking out over at everything, and then she sees these silver parachutes, like what you used to get in the arena whenever you got like something from a sponsor, start to fall out of the sky. They're making that same gentle tinkling sound. All the children are reaching up for them, and then the second they have them, they all explode. It was a bomb. All of these children are dead or gravely wounded. Then all of the medics come in, including some rebel medics. You might know where this is going. Sorry, my phone died, and if I look significantly more sweaty, it's because I let it charge and then went and did little errands I needed to do because I need to be leaving for South Carolina now. So let's wrap this up, shall we? This angle might be slightly different. Honestly, I like this one better. Wish it was like that for the whole video. It's so fine. Where were we? Oh, parents and the medics, even rebel medics, start to rush in. You might know where this is going. And as they get closer, Katniss realizes that she sees very familiar blonde hair, a little shirt untucked in the back. She realizes that somehow Prim has made her way to the Capitol with the team of medics at 13 years old. And she is going to help all of the injured children. And then, as she gets into the area and everyone starts helping, the second bomb goes off. Three books. And then she just dies at the end. I mean, I get it, but Suzanne, come on. Katniss is also blown back by the second blast. It's much larger than the first. That might sound familiar to you. And she is burnt slap up. And we have like a hard cut, and then Katniss wakes up and she is in the damn hospital again. Because that's her favorite place to be. In the book, Katniss is spending a lot of time just wishing she was dead. There's a lot of very blatant suicidal ideation going on at this point in time. And at another point a little bit later as well, she'll feel that way. She slowly starts to regain herself and enter the world. Katniss is obviously heartbroken. She's very numb to the pain. She gets out of the hospital. She ends up staying in the president's mansion. She spends most of her time wandering around. One day she happens upon a greenhouse that's being guarded by armed guards. And she walks up to them and they're like, you cannot come in here. The reason she wants to go in there is because she wants to find the perfect rose to put in Snow's lapel when she kills him, because she's being petty, and I like it. Commander Paler walks up behind her and is like, let her in there. She has every right to whatever is behind that door. Odd wording, but okay. So she walks in, she finds the perfect rose, she goes to pluck it, and then she hears, that's a beautiful choice. Snow is in there. In there. He is in there. That's where they're holding him. He's looking a little worse for wear. There's blood on his handkerchief. He's coughing all the time. Katniss can't really tell if it's an act or if it's real or not. It's pretty much real, I'm sure. He also says, colors are nice, but there's nothing like the purity of white. What? Run that by me again? What? Say that one more time? What? I mean, I'm not surprised, but like, oh my god. Ah! Here's the thing, though. They start having a conversation, and Snow's like, let me first just say I am so sorry to hear about your sister. What a waste and unnecessary cost of human life that was. And Katniss is like, what? It's like, when they did that, she's like, they? Who the fuck is they? They is you. You did it. What do you mean? He's like, no, I didn't. Don't you think that if I had access to a hovercraft with a capital emblem on it, I would have used it to escape? I was just about to surrender when that happened. I have to admit, it was a good plan by Coin, though. This is still him, not me. I realized I did that for too long. He says that it was actually a very brilliant plan that Coin had because Snow was focused on Katniss, and Katniss was focused on Snow. And during that whole time, Coin was able to operate in the background and have everyone fighting each other, but District 13 remained completely untouched. And they weren't thinking about her, they were thinking about each other. Katniss is like, I don't believe you. There's no way she did that. And Snow's like, I thought we agreed never to lie to each other. He's such a good villain. Oh my god, he's such a good villain. And also, somehow the bomb was live broadcast to everyone in the Capitol. And Snow's like, doesn't that sound like a real media opportunity? Sounds like a really savvy game maker would do something like that, doesn't it? And then he also says, wait, what does he say? I lost my train of thought. Wait, what does he say? And then he also says that because now everyone thinks that he killed all of the Capitol's children, every single last guard that he had turned against him. It was a brilliant final move to make sure that it was impossible for the fighting to continue. But then, of course, there are all of the innocent children. He's so compelling. It's crazy. So Katniss leaves, head full of conflicting ideas. There's two options to her. One, the Capitol did do it. Snow is bluffing and trying to get in her head as one final act of sabotage. Or option two, it was Coin. And she killed her sister, killed innocent children. And, now that Katniss is thinking about it, that design for that bomb does sound familiar. If you will recall, at one point, Beetee and Gale are talking about different traps based off of hunting techniques, and then they also start talking about playing on human emotions, and the way that this bomb goes off is the exact way that Gale and Beetee talk about setting it up. So, Katniss is feeling confused. She feels like Snow is probably telling the truth, but she's trying to believe him for certain. So then she is sent into another room where every living victor is there and Coin. Coin tells them all that there have been discussions happening and she would like their opinion on the possibility of having a final symbolic Hunger Games. With the Capitol's children. And she wants all of them to vote on it. And they might just send, 24 more innocent children to die as a spectacle. She says this is the way they can think of that will be the least loss of human life. But I say, why not execute the war criminals? It's kind of giving. Here's what it's kind of giving. It's kind of giving after World War II, America taking in all the fucking Nazi scientists because they were smart. That's kind of what it's giving. I don't think she really wants to assassinate the officials from the Capitol because she probably sees them as useful, so she'd rather kill their kids instead. In my personal opinion, that just came to me in a vision. I did not write that down anywhere. I just thought of that in this exact moment. I'm actually very proud of it. Listen, something else I want to say. If you've read the book and watched the movie, it is so clear that internally Katniss hates everything about what Coin has just offered up as a solution. So if you are of the camp that thinks that what she's about to do in a couple minutes was a completely spontaneous act, I need you to take a class. I don't care what it's about. I just need you to learn something, because that's scary that you didn't pick up on that. Anyway, so here's how the voting breaks down. Enabaria and Joanna say yes. I think that this makes perfect sense for Joanna's character. She's a little spiteful. I think that she would just want it to happen and get it over with. Peeta and Annie And Annie also says Finnick would also vote no. And Beatty votes no as well. He says it sets a terrible precedent, and he is, of course, fucking correct. Then they're like, okay, it is down to Katniss and Haymitch. Katniss is looking at Coin long and hard. In the movie, this is when she says, I get to kill Snow for the first time. And Coin's like, of course. So I think in the movie, that's when the plan clicks in. But this scene, either way, is where the plan clicks in. And she says, I vote yes for Prem. And then she's kind of side-eyeing at Haymitch, hoping that he understands her. We're putting to the test how much they really are alike and how much they're in each other's minds. And Haymitch looks over at her, and it's almost like he has this moment of understanding. And then he says, I'm with the Mockingjay. So, officially, this is going to go forward. There's more yeses than nos. There will be a symbolic Hunger Games of the Capitol officials' children. They're going to announce it that evening after the execution of Snow. So now it's time to execute President Snow. Coriolanus Snow, your time has come. We're going to see a younger version of you soon, and somehow you got very attractive. It's this huge spectacle and ceremony. It's taking place where the tribute parade normally is. Coin is standing up high in this grand place, the same place where Snow normally stands. And she comes out and she starts giving this rousing speech about how now Panem's going to change forever. She also had mentioned earlier that she was going to humbly take over as interim president in the time being because emotions were so high they couldn't have an actual election. So she's kind of just replacing Snow completely and everything about him. So Katniss walks up. We also see her while she's getting ready put a nightlock pill in her uniform. Why do you need that? We know why she needs that. She walks up. She sees Snow. He's like shackled to a pole. He can't move. She brings her bow and arrow up, points her arrow at him, and then raises it at the last second and shoots President Coin instead. Baller. Baller bitch. Honestly, gives you chills. Should at least. It's so well done. Coin falls from the balcony. She is dead. Everyone kind of crowds in on what's going on, and President Snow at some point in this exchange dies as well. We're not sure exactly what goes on, if he's trampled or if it's a heart attack or what, but he's dead, so it doesn't matter. He's gone. He's no one's problem anymore. Katniss goes to take her nightlock pill, but then Peeta steps up and stops her from doing it, and she's like, what the fuck? Just let me die, dude. Just let me die, because she's like that most of the time. And he was like that earlier, too. Interesting. Oh my god, wait, I skipped something. Fuck, I skipped something important. I'm so sorry. Before any of this happened, Gale does visit Katniss before the execution, and she's like, was it your bomb? He's like, I don't know. Does it matter? Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah, it does. And he's like, you'll never know for sure and you can't forgive me. And that's true. But like the way that you're approaching this as if it's her fault that you had a fucking sadistic ass idea and then someone used it and killed a bunch of people with it. That's not her fault. I think she's allowed to feel how she wants to feel. Bitch, what the fuck? I hate you. Oh my god, I can't stand him. Oh my god. We're nearing the end, so I'm allowing myself. Okay, so Katniss is dragged away by soldiers. She is put in a cell. Now, in the book, this goes on for like months and she starts going crazy. She also is covered in like brand new skin grafts because she was hurt so badly when that bomb went off by her. None of this is in the movie, but she basically resigns herself to die, starts taking morphling, refuses to eat. This is where like the suicidal ideation is like tippity top of it has ever been for her. I don't think we'll ever get this much blatant, just like listing ways that she could possibly kill herself from her. Suzanne, these are YA books. Eventually Haymitch comes in to get her. In the movie, this happens like probably like a day at the most. It's not long at all. Now, here's a big departure because this is the main thing where after Philip Seymour Hoffman died, it's obvious that they kind of didn't know what to do. So, in the book, Plutarch and Haymitch have a conversation with Katniss where she is told she will go back to District 12 and she has to stay there, and Haymitch will be staying with her. In the movie, Haymitch comes in and reads a letter to Katniss from Plutarch, which obviously isn't as visually interesting, but I think is a great solution for the problem that had presented itself to them. And they wrote it in a way where it made sense for his character. They added stuff in like, I couldn't be seen with you because I don't want it to hurt my reputation. And he's very like that. He's been playing both sides since before the 50th Hunger Games. We know that for sure. So 15 years at the least. Anyway, so Katniss goes back to District 12 with Haymitch. They are there alone. Haymitch kind of disappears. Has access to alcohol again. He gets drunk. He stays drunk. This is extended in the book as well. It's honestly one of the best written things describing depression that I've ever read. It's really well done. The way that Suzanne Collins describes Katniss's depression at this point in time, and how something kind of serves as a catalyst for her. So she's unmoving. She's sitting there. She won't take a bath. Greasy Say, who used to work at the Hob, comes and is making her meals twice a day. She has no interest in anything. She's barely even eating the food Greasy Say is making her. She's stuck in her head. She sits all day, stares at the fire, doesn't do anything. Because the other thing is that Katniss's mother has just decided not to return to District 12. I guess it's too painful for her. I understand that. I can't imagine going back to a place where you lost both your husband and your youngest daughter and then having to face it. But it's just more of that repeated pattern where Katniss has always had to be an adult and has never really had a mother because her mother views her as completely self-sufficient. And that's just really unfair to Katniss because she deserves a mom. She deserves a mom there to comfort her because she lost her sister and she's by herself and she has no one there. And so I feel bad for Katniss's mother, but at the same time it's very upsetting to me. It makes me angry as well. This probably goes on for weeks. One day Katniss hears some noise outside and she goes outside and sees Peeta is back and he's planting something. Goes up to him and she's like, oh my God, you're back. And he's like, I thought we could plant some of these for her. And it's primrose bushes. Peeta. It's a bunch of primrose bushes. And they hug and Katniss is crying. And it's just very moving. And you can tell that Peeta is fully himself again as much as he can be. That confusion is gone. He's kind of worked out in his memory what's real and what's not. And there are definitely still times where he feels bad, but he has a handle on it. He's learned how to cope. You can tell that they've missed each other. This is like a catalyst for Katniss. It allows her to kind of bring herself out of her funk. I don't say funk lightly. I love describing my little problems that I have as funks as well. It's a little nice way to put it instead of I stared at a wall all day long and thought about nothing. So she takes a shower. She finally washes her hair. She starts doing all this. She remembers that Snow left that ugly rose in her bedroom. And she goes up there and she takes it out and she smashes the pot and she burns all the flowers. Peeta starts coming over and making food with her. They're spending a lot of time together. And they find each other again. We start to learn through different ways what's happened to the different characters. So, in the book, Plutarch has become director of communications. Gale has taken a job in District 2. Of course, her mom is in the capital. Annie has had a baby. It turns out she was pregnant when Finnick left. It's very devastating. I feel very normal about that. And everyone else is kind of doing whatever. We're mainly going to be talking about these three for the rest of this. They become close again. It's literally just three of them. Slowly, people start to come back to District 12, and things start to get better. Oh my God, wait, one more thing. At one point, Buttercup manages to come in through a window. Somehow, that cat made it back to District 12, and Katniss loses it on this cat. because she's like, she's not here, go away, she's not here, because that cat's kind of all that's left of Prim. So she like has a complete breakdown. Honestly, Jennifer Lawrence doing this in the movie, fantastic. She does a wonderful job. And then like holds the cat and becomes close with the cat, and I just think that's so sweet. And then they all start to settle into their new normals. Katniss hunts, Peeta bakes, Haymitch raises his geese. More on that later. And the meadow, which was being used as a mass grave during the cleanup of 12, finally starts to grow grass again. You know what? Fuck it. I'm reading you the last paragraph of this book verbatim. I can't handle not doing it. Peeta and Katniss end up together, as they always would have. I want to read you exactly what Suzanne Collins wrote about the two of them in this book. Peeta and I grow back together. There are still moments when he clutches the back of a chair and hangs on until the flashbacks are over. I wake screaming from nightmares of mutts and lost children, but his arms are there to comfort me. And eventually, his lips. On the night I feel that thing again, the hunger that overtook me on the beach, I know this would have happened anyway. That what I need to survive is not Gale's fire, kindled with rage and hatred. I have plenty of fire myself. What I need is the dandelion in the spring, the bright yellow that means rebirth instead of destruction. The promise that life can go on no matter how bad our losses. That it can be good again. And only Peeta can give me that. So after, when he whispers, "You love me, real or not real?" I tell him, real. What if I cried? Hey, what if I cried? Okay, so that's the end of the book technically, but there is an epilogue. Years and years pass. Katniss and Peeta decide to have children. If you think that Peeta forced her to have kids, y'all are scaring me. The media literacy is in the toilet. I think it's very obvious that you can say you don't want to have kids when the world is on fire, and the mere thought of having a kid means that you would be subjecting them to maybe have to play a game where they fight to the death, is a very different world than a free one. I think that might change your perspective on having children. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say about that. Y'all need to stop being dumb about this book. The worst takes I've ever seen about this book specifically. Cut it out. They have 2 children, a girl with dark hair and blue eyes, and a little boy with blonde curls and gray eyes. I wasn't gonna read anymore. I'm gonna read you part of the epilogue also, because it's so good. I can't say it better than Suzanne Collins when it comes to the end of this, so I'm just gonna let her do it. I'm just gonna read it to you. This is part of the epilogue. The questions are just beginning. The arenas have been completely destroyed, the memorials built, there are no more Hunger Games. But they teach about them at school, and the girl knows we played a role in them. The boy will know in a few years. How can I tell them about that world without frightening them to death? My children, who take the words of the song for granted. And then it's the song she sang to Prue as she died, because Suzanne Collins is crazy. My children, who don't know they play on a graveyard. Peeta says it will be okay. We have each other. And the book. We can make them understand in a way that will make them braver. But one day, I'll have to explain about my nightmares. Why they came. Why they won't ever really go away. I'll tell them how I survive it. I'll tell them that on bad mornings, it feels impossible to take pleasure in anything because I'm afraid it could be taken away. That's when I make a list in my head of every act of goodness I've seen someone do. It's like a game. Repetitive, even a little tedious after more than 20 years. But there are much worse games to play.